One shattered castle walls, a courtyard drenched in blood, pure, unadulterated devastation. Slain comrades lie everywhere, only a single, terrified survivor remains. Too scared to even look up, he cannot face the horror. Are they all gone? He silently begs for anyone else to be alive. Just a blink or a moving finger, he desperately wants to save someone. Just one person, please, but the cold, harsh reality quickly sets in. It is a heartbreaking sight. From now on, his eyes will carry only grief. He remembers the monster responsible, the man who brought this nightmare to Earth. The villain who united the demons and unleashed them upon humanity. He showed no mercy, yet in this dark, desperate era, hope appeared. An innocent child was born into the chaos, defenseless but not alone. Secret forces watched over him. They raised him to fight the darkness. He grew strong. Eventually, he joined the legendary mages of the White Tower. These mages risked everything. They put humanity's future above their own lives. But then the high priest betrayed them, plotting their complete destruction. He wanted the world for his demons. Only the mages could stop him. On April 28th at 3 o'clock, the high priest finally fell. His death was confirmed. Now Edna, the last living dragon and historical keeper, stepped forward. She appeared directly before the leader of the White Tower. She brought a mix of news. The demon army had indeed attacked. Their sanctuary lay in complete ruins. Most of their mages had been slaughtered. Years of research and magic burned to ash in the flames. But there was hope. The Empire's forces arrived sooner than expected. They rescued survivors. Among them were the head's top disciples. Hearing this brought a tiny bit of peace to the old master. He had handpicked those children. Now he could die with no regrets. But his wounds were fatal. What more could he do like this? Knowing his time was short, he pleaded with Edna to protect them. They were still so young, reckless, easily consumed by their own grief. Edna softly agreed. She promised to watch over them from time to time. A mighty dragon bowing her head to a mortal was a truly bizarre sight. Yet Edna felt no shame. This leader deserved every ounce of respect. Neither she nor humanity would ever forget the sacrifices of the White Tower. Their heroic legacy was the only thing left standing after the disaster. Finally, the master could close his eyes and leave this world in peace. But deep down, he was lying to himself about having no regrets. He was the absolute greatest mage of his time, but a terrible leader. Imagine carrying that kind of regret. He just wanted one more chance. Next time he would live entirely for his people, even as a villain. Blood pooled around him. The enemy's blade remained buried in his chest. Staring into the void of death, he dreamed of a different life. Soon Edna recorded the final breath of Oscar Sage, head of the tower. The evil priest was gone, but 132 mages lay dead. Their leader, Oscar Sage, had perished with them. His story was over. All of this was written in the chronicles. Still, the magnificent tower stood. A gorgeous sunny day bathes the city. Looking through one of the windows, you can see two young men. One of them lies asleep in bed. Suddenly, he leaps upright, slamming into a helper carrying a water basin. The soaked helper grumbles, saying he only wanted to change his towel. He complains that the patient behaved horribly in his sleep. On top of that, he hasn't offered a single thank you for his care. Oscar is completely bewildered. Was all of this really just a dream? Had he truly been asleep and entirely defenseless, he felt like? His heart shouldn't even be beating in his chest, since he was supposed to die. The archmage clearly remembers the high priest piercing his heart with a sword. He has no time to ask questions or process his thoughts before. A sudden loud knock rattles the door. A third man enters. He looks at Oscar with concern, but is relieved he's finally awake. Frank tries to calm him down, saying it hasn't even been 5 minutes since the patient woke up, but the newcomer is already furious. He declares he will no longer look away and will whip this scoundrel into shape. Oscar cannot comprehend how he survived, staring at their white cloaks. He realizes these men are mages from the White Tower. The sick man demands to know exactly what is going on. But this blunt demand only sparks a massive wave of fury. Outraged by the informal tone, the man prepares to slap the patient. He expects Oscar to show proper respect and beg him for mercy. As the hand swings down, Oscar mistakes him for a demonic killer. Acting on survival instinct, he immediately summons a defensive windshield. It was a complete reflex, cast without him even realizing it. The barrier is designed to instantly block the blow and crush his wrist. Oscar realizes he is dealing with a low-level mage who acts blindly. The sick man looks down at his weak hands, processing the spell. He thinks his current magic is utterly pathetic, yet the attacker praises the quick windshield, commending him for finally stopping his nonsense. The elder announces that they will postpone his punishment for now. The theft of the research funds can wait since recovery comes first. With those cold parting words, the intimidating mage finally leaves the room. Frank stares at Oscar, demanding to know if he has lost his mind. But Oscar is too busy staring at his hands in disbelief. He wonders why the windshield dissolved the moment it was cast. Frank warns him not to provoke Maxim, who has a terrible temper. Oscar barely listens, he just needs to know what day it is. Frank replies that today is September 21st, and he was out. For only one day, the guy asks Frank to summon his disciples. Call Lloyd, Gilly, and Sasha so they can explain what happened. Frank is completely baffled. Why would he want to call those traitors? He assumes the patient is suffering from a bad case of amnesia. It turns out that Lloyd abandoned the White Tower for the Red Tower. And Gilly Dominic stole an invaluable magic book and vanished without a trace. And fled, the patient just stared, unable to believe the absolute nonsense France was spouting. But France was already practically convinced that the patient had lost his memory. Still, Oscar now understood that Sasha was the head of the magic tower. She was incredible, but how does a 5-year-old even become the leader? Meanwhile, France realized the patient had lost his memory and 20 years of history. Oscar figured France just had a wild imagination, so why get mad at a kid? There was no point getting mad at a kid, even if he was ridiculous. Yet France had presented this insane fiction so damn convincingly. Finally, Oscar dragged himself out of bed and walked over to the window. He stared at his reflection, clutching his head in absolute horror. A total stranger stared back. Days later, Oscar just sat there, completely lost. He still could not believe the reality staring him right in the face. 20 years had passed since his death, and the world was entirely different. Looking out, he could not even recognize the streets of his own hometown. Strange glowing lanterns lined the roads, and people called them street lights. Bizarre metal carriages rolled past, and everyone seemed so happy and prosperous. This must be the doing of the massive, magical engineering revolution. Oscar thought of his fallen comrades, wishing they could see this beautiful world. Back then, when everything fell apart, only those who abandoned everything survived. But he had to stop drowning in the past and face reality. Oscar Sage stared into the mirror, sorting through his new host's memories. The owner of this body was a young man named Oscar Cruz. Cruz, he got accepted into the White Tower at age 10, and now he was 20, a first-level mage from a ruined noble house who turned out to be a terrible mage, somehow still stuck at level 1 at 20. Desperate, this Oscar had embezzled research funds to buy a sketchy elixir. He drank the illegal potion, instantly blacking out right after. If it worked, his mana would skyrocket, but failure meant death. Risking his life like that was exactly why the substance was highly illegal. France said Oscar was out for a day, but he actually died. The sudden surge of raw mana was simply too much for his weak body. Unrefined energy tore him apart, which is standard for cheap, shady elixirs. Suddenly, Oscar felt a strange warmth, blood trickling down to his fingertips. The blood pooled at the tip, finally bursting right through his skin. After that, the liquid dripped down, and the moment it hit the stone floor, it sizzled and began corroding the surface. This was actually deadly poison. He stared, trying to understand why his veins were filled with venom. But wait, this is where things take a truly sinister turn. Watch closely. First of all, that black market elixir was actually the real deal, not some fake. Something that potent is almost impossible to find, even with endless gold. But the real issue is that Oscar Cruz had no idea it was poisoned. Judging by the venom's strength and the timeline, a grim truth became clear. He did not die from a mana overload, he was deliberately murdered. That lethal toxin was far too expensive to waste on a weakling. Yet someone had orchestrated this, leading to Oscar Sage inheriting his corpse. Into Oscar Cruz's body, finally he got his second chance, the one he wanted. Oscar Sage dreamed, he wanted a self-centered life for once. For his people's sake, not a bad start at all, so Oscar Sage promised vengeance for Oscar Cruz, a thank you for the body. Meanwhile, in a quiet house in Siren, a single window flickered, a man inside summoned His right hand, any news from the shop, he wanted answers. It turned out the entire place was trashed, completely destroyed by some mysterious mage. Impossible, the boss couldn't believe Oscar Cruz did this. He was just a theoretical mage, on the brink of death even, the nervous subordinates whispered perhaps the elite White Tower was investigating. But the boss scoffed, do not forget who hired us to kill. Oscar, their client, wore the tower's ring. A local mage wanted him dead. Suddenly a strange sound cut them off. Total silence, none other than Oscar Cruz stepped inside, alive, well, entirely unharmed. He smirked. He had tracked a faint scent right from the vial, proving many more players were in on this than it seemed. Boss froze in pure shock, staring, disbelieving. It turned out that Oscar was the monster who trashed his store, yet he stood calm. Confident, without a hint of fear, he admitted to the raid. He even admitted he was listening in. Their chat sounded intriguing. The boss growled, I would have let you walk if you kept quiet. But now he ordered his lackey to kill the boy instantly. Oscar simply shrugged. If they wanted to play dirty, so would he. He unleashed his spell, Wind Cutter, a flash of sharp mana. The attacker collapsed, blood sprayed across the floor, his sword clattered. Nearby, that single gust of wind had done the unthinkable. Severed his head. Even Oscar was shocked at how fast it flew. Off, the boss panicked, enraged. How dare this brat do this? Breaking in and murdering his man. Snapping, the boss drew a gun. He aimed straight for the kid's face, ready to end this. Boom, shots rang out. Death sped towards him, but Oscar just smiled. Fun, he thought. He activated a windshield, watched the lethal lead crawl through the air. Right in front of him, no mana felt, yet the power was real. He still didn't understand its source, but it was more than enough to freeze those weird projectiles. Bullets, how amusing, he thought. With a flick, he deflected them straight back. The boss's body took multiple hits. Down he went. Oscar leaned over the bleeding man. No backup was coming, not a chance. The boy had blocked all sound. The boss gasped. How could a pathetic first circle mage cast a high-tier silence spell? Actually, Oscar had cast a sound binding seal. No sound could escape this room. Now the kid wanted answers. No more games. Who ordered this hit? Who wanted him dead? The boss tried to play tough, refused to speak. In response, Oscar's boot slammed directly onto his face, crushing his pride. He analyzed him. Realizing this thug valued pride over survival. Perfect, time to exploit that. He channeled a razor-sharp gust of wind right into the villain's trembling body. It felt like thousands of sharp needles piercing directly into his flesh. Oscar simply hated sloppy torture because it made way too much noise. Bleeding heavily and in pure agony, the captive begged them to stop. He was ready to spill everything. Oscar smiled, quite pleased with this. The young man demanded to know everything about this mysterious patron. The criminal confessed his patron had supplied him with cash and an elixir. He had strict orders to sell it cheap, but he never saw his face. A deep hood hid his features, but he wore a white tower ring. Oscar immediately suspected the ring was just a clever trick to mislead them. The man added that the stranger carried a fresh, clean scent of mint. The villain had never worried about consequences because of the tower's status. The White Tower was currently busy, falling out of the 4 elite towers. With their reputation crumbling, he knew no real investigation would ever begin. This sudden decline of his old faction immediately grabbed Oscar's full attention. The criminal was utterly shocked that someone like Oscar had absolutely no idea. But Oscar quickly claimed memory loss from the elixir, demanding a full report. It sounded incredibly fishy, but the terrified scoundrel dared not argue with him. He quickly stood up to gather his files and documents from the shelves. After selecting the right folders, he handed them over to the young mage. Oscar took them, diving straight into the records concerning his old home. He discovered that April 28th was officially declared White Knight Day. Following the High Priest's death, the Emperor honored Oscar Sage's ultimate sacrifice. The tower gained incredible tax-free privileges, yet failed to recover from tragedy. They consistently placed dead last during the annual White Knights Festival. The imperial family publicly blamed their severe lack of any advanced magic. This made no sense. Oscar distinctly remembered giving his files to Edna. Those documents should have easily prevented such a pathetic, terrible outcome. Confused, he asked what business the other major towers actually dominated. The Yellow Tower in the east controlled lightning, spearheading magical engineering. They practically invented modern streetlights and advanced motorized vehicles for the kingdom. In the south, the Blue Tower ruled drinking water, farming, and herbal medicine. Out in the western deserts, the Red Tower conquered major monster-slaying quests. Their combat wizards were legendary fighters, protecting the realm's borders. But as for the White Tower, honestly, there was nothing to say. The informant shrugged, explaining that they basically just handled simple deliveries. Oscar was completely floored, a legendary magic tower reduced to a shipping service. Nothing like that had ever existed back in his own glory days. He wondered if they were just hauling crates of cargo from town. It turned out that using flying vessels, they built a massive courier business. They guaranteed fast, completely secure package delivery across the entire continent. It was painful to listen to. How could they fall this low? And who exactly were these mysterious skyriders delivering the mail? Once White Tower mages ruled the heavens atop majestic flying beasts. They were proud symbols of absolute freedom, spoken of in the same breath as dragons. Eagles, Oscar was furious. Who started this nonsense? It turned out to be the current head of the tower himself. He wanted to know how lucrative this trade really was. Why would they get involved? Potions were their main source of income. Oscar knew the Blue Tower had dominated by monopolizing the potion market. But 20 years ago, the White Tower was actually the biggest supplier. Back then they ruled. Then came the clean water and agriculture trade. This new business sold clean drinking water at heavily inflated prices. They shipped it directly to areas suffering from extreme drought. Oscar couldn't understand why people would actually buy bottled water. But lately it had become a status symbol among the wealthy. To him, it was pure nonsense from rich snobs wasting money on trivialities. Why pay premium prices when you can easily drink from a well? Ultimately, the White Tower fell behind because their rivals made massive profits. The sales volume of the other towers was several times higher. Next year's White Knights Festival was their final chance to prove themselves. At that exact moment, the captured man began to gasp his last breaths. His failing body was giving out from immense pain and blood loss. Oscar studied the documents, wondering if he should actually save his life. But then he uncovered a hidden folder containing the man's records. The pages detailed arson, brutal assaults, extortion, and even contract murders. A despicable criminal like this honestly didn't deserve to be saved. Honestly, who could blame him? He ignored the pleas and walked away. He silently slipped out the window, leaving exactly the way he entered. Oscar walked away with the documents, hoping the man would change next life. Hopefully the man would become a decent person in his next life. Dawn broke. Oscar finally returned to his room, feeling completely drained of all his physical energy. He sank heavily into a chair, unable to believe a couple of basic spells exhausted him. Something was clearly wrong with his body, prompting him to run a test. He wanted to see if he could still use his legendary original magic. Activating his wind reserve, he attempted to gather energy in his hand. A massive sphere of wind materialized, only to instantly pop and vanish. He couldn't do it yet. He needed to understand his physical limits first. To find the issue, he absolutely had to perform a thorough magical scan. Fortunately, the written records on Oscar Cruz would yield far better details. Official documents would be much more reliable than relying on France's stories. Gathering these facts was crucial if he wanted to save this dying vessel. He soon learned that Oscar Cruz was actually the sole heir of the Duke. He was the only survivor of a horrific fire that claimed the mansion. From a very young age, his magical genius was recognized by everyone. Rival schools constantly fought each other, desperately trying to recruit him. He spent 6 years at the Imperial Academy, dominating the magical faculty. Graduating with top marks, his published dissertations proved his undisputed talent. He was a proven prodigy, yet that made the current situation highly puzzling. Why on earth was this absolute genius stuck at the first level? Oscar supposedly suffered from mana deficiency syndrome, the exact reason why he could not become the absolute greatest mage of his time, yet he was hearing about this bizarre condition for the very first time, this supposed mana deficiency. It sounded incredibly fishy. Still, if it were true, his first level status made complete sense. He understood magic better than anyone else, but simply could not cast it, so he decided to scan his body. He needed to check his internal systems right away. Once the scan finished, the results were absolutely mind-blowing. It turned out that the Boy did not have any sort of syndrome. It was not a disease. Instead, someone had deliberately sealed up his monocircle, usually this condition means your energy cannot flow or build up inside the body. Normally, a regular sorcerer can stack up to 20 physical circles on top of their main base, which directly dictates their overall power level. With this terrible condition, you cannot form a single extra circle. You could train for a lifetime and still never reach the third level. But wait, everything was completely different for Oscar Cruz. His pathways were not born broken. Someone had locked them up on purpose. If Oscar really was a genius, he must have realized this himself. Our hero walked over to the shelf to dig through the old books. It was a shame that Cruz never kept a proper written diary. Otherwise, he could have uncovered the truth. According to Fran, Oscar drank heavily. He spent all his time wasting away in local taverns. But why? What if he was intentionally acting weak to protect himself? Oscar realized that a hidden enemy had blocked his powers and wanted him dead. That explains the crazy party lifestyle, and honestly, it makes total sense. Why he resorted to using that forbidden elixir in the first place. He was trapped in a spot where he could trust absolutely no one. The boy had to break free alone and untangle this web of secrets. Confident he could handle the challenge, he grabbed a couple of books to investigate. Right away, a specific notebook covered in colorful stickers caught his eye. It was titled, A Different Interpretation of the Fundamentals of Magic. The pages were packed with custom bookmarks, highlighted sections, and personal scribbles written in Oscar Cruz's handwriting. One note mentioned that the trajectory of the wind cutter spell was way too boring and needed refining. He wrote that while a windshield spell was meant for defense, an upgraded version could easily be weaponized for offense. Modern weapons were perfect for adapting the ancient spells of the White Tower to modern times. You just needed to apply the mechanics of a circulating bullet. He had actually used this very trick against that thug recently. The modified spell was far superior to a basic shield. Furthermore, this book detailed how to adapt the magic for various combat situations. Featuring unique spells crafted by Oscar Cruz himself, it was clear that the previous owner could not cast spells but mastered theoretical magic. Through countless detailed experiments, the original Oscar truly was a genius. Now, it seemed both owners of this body were surprisingly alike after all. When it came to magical theory, this book left absolutely no room for any doubt. Oscar never actually gave up on his magic, working far harder than anyone around him. His pure passion was etched on every single page, alongside a note for future readers. He wrote that he hoped this work would guide even the faintest breeze toward the White Tower. It signed off with the name of a wizard ready to take on his greatest trial. There was simply no questioning it now. The truth was as clear as day. One could say with absolute certainty that young Oscar Cruz understood everything perfectly. But sadly, he had to walk this path all alone as a weak young mage. His weakness was no mere accident. He kept moving forward, trying to preserve his life. He quietly tried to do some good in the world while protecting himself from shadows. But to move forward, he had to pay the ultimate, brutal price. A total physical sacrifice. Now, the spirit of Oscar Sage vows to finish it. He will untie the knot that Oscar Cruz could not and exact a brutal revenge. They will pay. Suddenly, he snapped out of it, finding himself in the greenhouse. He was standing inside the quiet greenhouse without any memory of walking there. Total exhaustion had claimed him while he was desperately trying to unravel the physical circle. But then a strange vision overtook his mind, a glimpse of his past life. He saw his old self as Oscar Sage, surrounded by his beloved, eager students. It finally clicked. This dream was actually a curse lingering from his past. The demon world lord, Lord Nightmare, had placed this sleeping hex on his soul. Every single time he closed his eyes, those memories would flood back instantly. He had hoped switching bodies would break the seal, but he was wrong. The curse was anchored directly to his soul, completely bypassing his physical form. So Oscar keeps reliving those ancient days every time he drifts off to sleep. Still, he did not mind this dream. After all, his students were in it. Those days were incredibly peaceful, back when everything was still so simple. Oscar Sage sat with his class, asking if they remembered today's topic. They were covering magic categorization, the system used by mages and knights alike. Though magic might look uniform on the surface, it actually has distinct types. Specifically, there is enhancement, acceleration, balance, and other highly specialized techniques. Young Lloyd Schultz chimed in, noting that wind magic suited the White Tower best. Sasha got pretty curious about how the other towers divided things up. Their master confirmed that every single tower focuses on a specific element. For instance, the Yellow Tower prioritizes sheer speed, focusing heavily on acceleration. The Red Tower worships fire and goes all in on magic amplification. Meanwhile, both the Blue and White Towers focus primarily on keeping balance. Jilly Dominic muttered that he wanted speed magic because slow things annoyed him. But the master chuckled, explaining that such a thing is simply impossible. Your natural affinity is decided at birth, but finding yours is incredibly easy. Now watch close because testing your element is actually a total breeze. Just point your finger and cast. Eager to test, Sasha volunteered first. It was her very first time seeing this exact magical formula. Once activated, a thin trail of smoke slowly drifted from her fingertip. The master watched closely. It flowed not too fast, but with perfect harmony. This meant she possessed balance magic, and Sasha stared in absolute awe. She watched in absolute amazement, asking if her beloved teacher possessed that same kind of magic. Her teacher confirmed it. Sasha was thrilled to be just like her idol. Dominic eagerly volunteered next, and dark smoke shot out rapidly from his finger. This rapid blast happened because the boy possessed the highly coveted acceleration magic type. Dominic was absolutely thrilled, but when Lloyd tried casting his spell, a beautiful plant emerged. A gorgeous flower bloomed right from his fingertip, proving the child held a highly unique magic. But Lloyd was miserable, desperately wanting to change his innate magic type right away. However, changing your magic is impossible, and his special gift was incredibly rare. There was absolutely no logical reason to change it, but Lloyd still remained deeply upset. He wanted to be just like his master and wield balance magic. Seeing this, Oscar Sage fell deep into thought, having already planned to tutor the boy. But now he needed to research if changing magic types was actually possible. Meanwhile, young Lloyd became incredibly interested in the sudden mention of these private lessons. Mages with rare, special magic types usually struggle to grow without proper guidance. Hearing about this, Lloyd decided to stick with his special type of magic after all. Instead, he begged the teacher for as many private lessons as possible. The deal was officially struck, and the master warmly agreed to guide his eager student. Ever since his early childhood, Lloyd was known as a man of his word. Even though he constantly wished to grow up quickly, he always remained a child at heart. Suddenly, Oscar Cruz jarred awake to the loud sound of Nikki's radio announcement. The young boy sat up, not realizing what day it was or how long he slept. The announcement summoned the mage Oscar Cruz straight to the principal's office. Along the way, the young man proudly reflected on unlocking 12 whole physical rings. He had also successfully reached the second mana circle, securing his level 2 status. Honestly, who would have ever thought our legendary master would be happy with level 2? Stepping inside the office, he saw the elder sitting quietly at the desk. The older man looked up from his busy table, asking Oscar how he was feeling. According to France, Oscar's memories were finally beginning to return to him. Oscar confirmed that he was feeling practically fine and was indeed starting to remember things. This man, Maxim, used to be far junior to the legendary Oscar Sage. But now he officially held the highly respected title of Elder within the White Tower. Maxim entered the tower much later, yet ironically, Oscar was now the younger one. Maxim had always been extremely honest and dedicated, destined for an incredibly brilliant future. He used to follow Oscar Sage everywhere, calling him his respected senior. Later, he proudly addressed him as the true head of the entire magical tower. Now over 40, he still worked tirelessly, his vast magic stalling his aging. Maxim broke the silence, revealing that the current head of the Gordon family was dead. He wanted to know if Oscar was aware of this, watching him closely. Oscar claimed total ignorance, but he knew this setup was definitely far from random. And get this, he immediately suspected Gordon was the mastermind who tried to kill him. The cheap elixir he had purchased from him was definitely laced with a deadly poison. Furthermore, Gordon's ledger contained a written record of the murder contract. It listed a very clear agreement and a massive, hefty reward for executing Oscar. Oscar handed this evidence over to Maxim, explaining his near-fatal experience. But when Oscar originally went to confront Gordon, things immediately took a highly deadly turn. To kill him again, the young man simply presented the money left over after his payment. The ledger clearly described a contract killing, leading Maxim to declare that he would dismiss the case, ruling it as self-defense on Oscar's part. Oscar thanked the elder and immediately asked him for a personal favor. He wanted the elder to arrange a crucial meeting with the head of the White Tower. Maxim replied that this was no problem at all since they frequently discussed magical theories together. However, Maxim warned that they would have to wait 6 months before the meeting with Sasha Mace could actually happen. Oscar felt troubled since there were only 7 months remaining until the White Night Festival. Maxim explained that Sasha was away on a crucial business trip, handling an assignment that sounded quite strange for the tower head to deal with such a minor matter. It turned out the issue was tied directly to the Supreme Mage's sudden absence. The situation was critical, which was why she was handling it personally. According to Maxim, she was a 7th-level Supreme Mage. Oscar quickly realized that at Sasha's age, the former master had already reached the 9th level. Sasha was talented and should be at 8th level already. Meanwhile, Maxim was studying the investigation report right then. After examining the victims' bodies, the report highlighted a flawlessly clean incision. Oscar explained that he had never practiced real physical magic before, as all his training had occurred in his own mind. The elder then dismissed the youth, clearing him of all charges. Still, the whole case felt bizarre. Then, suddenly, Deputy Master of the White Tower, Hamel, appeared to ask Maxim not to judge Oscar too harshly. Maxim replied that he was just avoiding trouble, since any mess Oscar created would ultimately fall on his own shoulders to clean. It turned out Oscar was Hamel's protege, whom he had sponsored from the start, and now felt responsible. The kid only had basic magic, yet mastered it seamlessly. Maxim was surprised, noticing that Oscar must have trained far more diligently than any other apprentice. Following this, Hamel announced an upcoming meeting of the elders that they both had to attend, especially since Elder Fidelina was already waiting. Meanwhile, Oscar headed to the greenhouse he envisioned in his dreams, as that was the very place where his disciples used to gather with him. The young man looked around, discovering that the entire area was completely deserted. But right at that moment, a greenhouse worker walked in, looking absolutely thrilled by the unexpected encounter. He gasped in disbelief, realizing that standing right in front of him was young Master Oscar. The man was Wilter, the caretaker responsible for managing these rooms. Word had already reached his ears that the young master had lost his memory. Rumors spread like wildfire. At least it was not a flat lie. Oscar quietly noted how the old worker had called him young. Wilter explained that he had served at the White Magic Tower for decades. In fact, he had served under the legendary former tower master, who was coincidentally also named Oscar. This made distinguishing the two quite easy. The boy found this incredibly convenient and asked Wilter to keep him company for future chats, but unfortunately, that would not last. The caretaker was leaving the tower, ending 40 years of loyal service. This loyal worker outlived 3 tower chiefs, watching his dear friends and colleagues constantly come and go from the department until Wilter was finally left all alone. The reason Wilter held on for so long was the legendary former tower lord. Decades ago, Oscar Sage declared during his official inauguration speech that he needed every single person in this tower and that they should all feel incredibly proud to be here. Sure, it sounded a bit odd, maybe even amusing, yet from that exact moment, Wilter worked with absolute pride for the White Tower. Oscar Cruz replied that it was not funny because it was true. But Wilter sadly admitted he was leaving the tower for that exact reason. Oscar Cruz could not comprehend his meaning, so he gently asked him to explain. As anyone in the White Tower knows, they are facing incredibly tough times, particularly with the expensive renovations. Funding has completely dried up compared to the past. Oscar Cruz still felt confused. Did the man feel underpaid for his dedicated service? After all, every single hardworking member of the White Tower, excluding the mages themselves, was entitled to a prestigious long service medal, along with hefty bonuses for their 20th and 40th years of service. Those payouts were quite massive, easily enough to buy a nice home or other comfortable luxuries. But today, the bankrupt White Tower has absolutely no gold for rewards to even afford Wilter's severance pay. Other staff members would have to sacrifice their own paychecks, burying the tower in even more debt. Wilter absolutely refused to allow that. since the White Tower was his true second home. Oscar Cruz listened in silence, completely unaware of how severe the crisis had gotten. He always assumed the rival Blue Tower was just acting greedy for the sake of power, but honestly, can anyone even blame them? The Blue Tower amassed a legendary fortune and became the strongest force in history, while Oscar Cruz possessed absolutely nothing but empty titles: war hero, savior of mankind. Those are glorious names, but they mean nothing without any real gold to pay the loyal workers who served here for decades. Oscar Cruz was so deeply troubled and lost in thought about what was happening that he did not even notice his fingernails digging deep enough to draw blood. They both stared in shock at his blood-stained palm. Oscar Cruz asked when the loyal worker would officially depart. Wilter was leaving in 2 weeks, but Oscar Cruz desperately hoped they could keep talking. In fact, he promised the old man would not need to resign because he would find a way to save their home. Oscar Cruz looked him straight in the eyes and swore he would earn an absolute fortune to fix this mess so no worker would ever suffer again. The young mage went back to his private room, deeply lost in thought. Making promises was easy, but now he actually had to figure out a plan. So far, his only ideas were magic research, teaching basic classes, or taking on low-level guild commissions. Sadly, none of those options would pay him right away, and to make matters worse, the earnings were tiny since Oscar Cruz was only level 2. He desperately needed a lucrative business model that could generate serious gold fast. After reviewing his options, Oscar Cruz realized brewing high-grade potions was the only path, but suddenly a strange newspaper article caught his eye, and he began reading the details with absolute intensity. Meanwhile, deep inside the Vice Tower Masters, Maxim sat across from Elder Fidelina, the woman holding the purse strings. She refused to stay quiet any longer because they were dealing with a thief. Letting him walk away was out of the question, as bad habits only grow. But Elder Maxim just sighed and waved off the finance chief's burning anger. Look, he pointed out, there was literally nothing left to steal anyway. The vaults were empty. Fidelina still demanded they lock him up. Maxim shook his head, seeing no use in throwing the mage into solitary training. Listening to the bickering, Vice Head Hamel could only massage his temples. He couldn't believe 2 legendary elders were acting like petty children. They had nearly a century of wisdom between them. Hamel agreed with Maxim. Solitary confinement was completely useless and would accomplish absolutely nothing. It would just be pure torture, so forcing him to pay triple makes sense. Fidelina liked the sound of that, though she still felt unsatisfied. Triple the stolen cash felt far too light for a crime like this. But the truth was, their empty treasury was facing an immediate collapse. A brutal choice. They had to act right now to survive. With so many empty rooms, selling off their potion equipment was an option. Liquidating the gear bought them 3 months, or they shut down forever. Hamel flatly refused to sign off on destroying the magical tower's legacy. The White Tower was a sacred sanctuary built for learning and sharing knowledge. Closing doors locks out the fresh air, and they cannot sell their future. Sell the future for a quick meal, absolute madness. Fidelina scoffed, pointing out they had been waiting 20 years for a miracle. Maxim remained strangely hopeful, but Fidelina was done living in a fantasy. She told the leader to face the cold, hard truth right now. Nobody was coming to save them. No genius savior existed. Hamel searched for any argument to stop this desperate, radical plan. Just as tension peaked, a sudden knock on the heavy doors cut him off. Fidelina bristled, furious that someone would dare disrupt their private council. Doors parted, revealing the notorious mage Oscar Cruz standing before them. Stepping inside, he confidently walked straight up to Hamel with an offer. The young mage wanted formal approval to launch his own private venture. Fidelina gasped, utterly dumbfounded by the kid's sheer, unadulterated audacity. First he steals their research budget, and now he wants a business. Talk about having nerves of steel, though Oscar didn't care about her shouting. Ignoring her completely, he laid out the details of an old newspaper article. The report detailed the Van estate, ruined by a devastating flu outbreak. It was a complete catastrophe that wiped out their entire operations. Hamel nodded in agreement, remembering the horrific accounts of the deadly Cadden flu. Oscar confirmed that even now, no known cure existed for this plague. Long ago, the White Tower possessed the original vaccine that saved lives. Unfortunately, the rare recipe was lost to time decades ago. Oscar noted that even the elite Blue Tower failed to recreate it. They were the absolute masters of potions, yet their attempts came up empty. But this kid claimed he could do it, and he wanted their backing. He wanted official approval to invent the vaccine, explaining his plan. His goal was selling Cadden flu vaccines, reviving the White Tower's old monopoly. He wanted that monopoly back for the tower. Fedalina scoffed at his plan. To her, listening to him was pointless. There was no reason to proceed. Major magic towers and pharma labs had already spent fortunes. They poured in endless effort, but nobody could replicate the Cadden flu vaccine. Now this weak kid with first-rank magic thinks he can pull it off. It was pure delusion, but Oscar surprisingly agreed with the elder. He admitted he was barely 20 years old and not yet a real competitor. Still, the young man placed his hand over his heart without any shame and boldly declared himself a genius. Talk about confidence. Fedalina was furious. The arrogant kid had already squandered 17 research grants completely. Plus, he had embezzled even more funds for some miraculous illegal elixir, completely unaware of how normal people struggle to ever see that much money, yet he still called himself a genius. Fedalina was absolutely certain he had no real concept of finances. Because he grew up incredibly wealthy. Just then, the vice head of the elders intervened, reminding her that Oscar was there on official business. He was presenting a legitimate investment opportunity as a mage, and though she ran the money, she had to stay polite. Apologizing to Hamill, she admitted she lost her temper. The entire tower faced hard times. Meanwhile, Oscar always wondered why she disliked him so much, knowing he had not done anything useful lately, but now he was totally sure of his vision, asking the elders to take it into account. Deep down, he knew he was different from the original owner of this body. Hamill sighed, asking why he felt so incredibly confident about it. The young man simply asked him to look at the newspaper's second page. The article revealed that a prominent archbishop had suddenly changed his pilgrimage plans, choosing to stay in Siren for a month to offer blessings. This was highly unusual for the Order of Elder. The order worshipped Mother Earth, consisting of only 7 elite leaders. They were supposed to be far more dignified than ordinary people. But the reality was far different. To reach the rank of cardinal, the second most powerful position, they needed a massive mountain of campaign gold. They were allowed to stay at grand private estates for a month, but only if you met with rich merchants to secure heavy bribes. Siren was dying now, despite once being a truly prosperous and great city. But lately it had declined, so archbishops never stopped there. Elder Maxon believed the matter was just a simple plea for a blessing. But Oscar did not buy that fairy tale about holy prayers. Absolute nonsense. Something else was clearly going on, as everyone knew. As far as anyone knows, the entire route for the Order of Elder was chosen way in advance. They typically visited only the largest, wealthiest cities before making their final journey toward Van. The young man finished his point, tracing that final destination on the globe. The archbishop spent a whole month in Nox before finally showing up in Siren. If Oscar was right, the man would drag his feet in every single city along the way too. He was clearly stalling, desperately trying to delay his arrival in Van. But if a single convenient accident happened on this long holy road, his enemies would strike. The fanatical Order of Elter would claim he had somehow angered the Earth Goddess. That divine disgrace would instantly crush his dreams of ever climbing any higher. Total career death sentence, but Elder Maxim quickly caught on to his clever plan. The deadly Cadden flu was raging in Van, and the archbishop knew it. Stalling was his play, waiting for the outbreak to settle. Fedalina noted that Oscar was reading the situation perfectly, like a true master strategist. Still, talk is cheap, magic theory is fine, but they needed real action. The vice head knew exactly what Oscar wanted from them, but their hands were tied. Officially, the White Magic Tower could never back wild student ideas. Unfortunately, politics tied their hands, leaving them with 0 options. Supporting him meant risking every other mage under their care. But out of nowhere, Hamill offered to invest his very own personal cash to help. He slid over an envelope. Fedalina, who managed their tight budget, tried to stop him, but the vice head simply ignored her. He had only 30,000 coins and asked if it was enough to launch a business. Pitifully small, Oscar knew this tiny amount would not even cover development costs. So the kid headed straight to the potion room to cook up a new plan. He needed a strategy that did not require massive bags of startup cash. Inspection time, he checked the brewing gear while brainstorming how to get sponsors. If he could not get a loan, he would have to think bigger. That is when it hit him: brew one single vaccine dose for the archbishop. Sell it to him directly, then use his gold to fund everything. The archbishop was desperate because of the Cadden flu, making him the perfect target. Squeezing desperate rich guys is just smart business, so smiling, he rolled up his sleeves and got straight to work. Before long, he was staring in absolute awe. His brand new invention was bubble brewing right before his very eyes. The flask sat tightly secured over the burner, with a strange red elixir bubbling inside. Done at last, he pulled off his safety goggles, looking incredibly pleased. He clearly had not lost his touch, showing off some serious masterclass potion skills. To warm up, he had whipped up a quick stamina booster. Turns out he worried completely for nothing. Meanwhile, poor Fran had spent hours carrying heavy ingredient bags. At some point during the heavy lifting, a sharp pain shot right through his back. Fran had worked himself to the bone, gathering every single herb they needed. He was totally wiped, praying nobody would send him on another errand. Oscar smiled and offered him a special potion for an instant recovery. Fran was not about to reject a free potion and gladly took the small vial. He downed the strange liquid, immediately noting how sweet and warm it felt. Meanwhile, Oscar checked the herbs in the bags, thrilled to find them in perfect shape. Fran grabbed the absolute best stuff, even annoying the grumpy old shopkeeper. Oscar praised him. With an eye like that, he belonged in business. He jokingly suggested the kid should drop magic entirely and go become a wealthy merchant. Fran cheerfully replied that he planned to do exactly that once the tower collapsed, but Oscar quickly smacked his assistant right on the forehead. Fran stood there, completely confused. Oscar warned him not to badmouth the tower, while Fran kept rubbing his sore head, asking what to do since Elder Fedalina ordered him to assist Oscar in everything. Honestly, Oscar thought Fedalina was just a grumpy old woman, but she surprised him. Taking the ingredients, Oscar told Fran that he did not even need an assistant. But then a few entries from Oscar Jr.'s diary came to mind. The book stated the White Tower was full of troubled, talented youth who possessed incredible magic but carried far too many flaws. Yet if they united, they could make the tower unstoppable. One of those children was Fran Sirius, a boy highly praised by experts. Oscar was curious too, making this the perfect moment to test him. Now watch, once those massive bags are moved, the real trial begins. Fran pointed out the bags were full of deadly, poisonous herbs. He wondered why they even needed black lilies and red chamelias. There were ghost herbs, toxic leaves, and raw roots piled high. Oscar explained that even deadly plants have their medicinal uses. The trick is processing them correctly to unlock their healing power. Fran already knew that boiling herbs in water removed the toxicity. But that old method had a major downside: it destroyed the nutrients. To explain his solution, Oscar brought up a popular local dish. The famous dumplings of the Yan dynasty are prepared using steam. Applying that same steaming method to detoxify these dangerous herbs allows the most valuable nutrients to stay locked inside the plant. This brilliant trick extracts nearly 100% of their healing benefits. Fran gasped, realizing this could completely shatter the herbal market monopoly. But Oscar told him it was too early to celebrate just yet. The purification process was only just getting started. They had softened the leaves to speed up the next phase. Now the real detoxification could begin immediately. With the toxins separated, they had to move fast. Oscar expertly drained the mixture, isolating the vital nutrients. Next, he focused on drawing the toxic elements from the vapor. As Fran watched in utter awe, his master happily explained the process. He insisted that the young assistant keep his eyes locked on the flask. Gradually, the thick purple gas began turning a bright green. The toxins were completely gone. Now they just needed to blend it. Within moments, this incredible magical process was officially complete. The vial held the cure to the Cadden flu, leaving Fran speechless. Oscar shrugged, saying it was easy, and told Fran to try. The boy agreed, though deep down he seriously doubted his skills. After all, casting multiple spells at once was still way too difficult. Still, he decided to quiet his doubts and just take the plunge. Oscar watched his assistant closely, realizing the kid was actually doing pretty well. He did better than expected, though Franz struggled during the drainage phase. Well, you can't learn everything at once, and he'll surely get the hang of it soon. In time, he'll master it. Eventually, Franz admitted a massive hurdle to his mentor. He couldn't cast multiple spells at once, making the next step nearly impossible. Franz added that he was only at level 3, while Oscar must be at least level 4 or 5. To handle something this crazy, so Oscar offered to teach his young apprentice a secret. He insisted this secret trick was actually pretty simple if you understood the core concept. You just had to visualize dividing your mind into completely separate compartments. The left side of the brain channels one spell, while the right side focuses on another. You do both simultaneously, keeping the two magical energies completely separate. Oscar told him to try it. After all, Franz had absolutely nothing to lose. And his master was standing right there to help if things went sideways. The young apprentice felt a bit anxious, but he decided to push past his doubts. Refusing to let fear paralyze him, he focused on splitting his consciousness, and it actually worked. He pulled it off. Honestly, Franz couldn't understand why this was kept secret. He always thought it would be incredibly complicated, but Oscar just laughed. Oscar explained that many high-ranking mages were just incredibly greedy. They hate sharing the skills they worked so hard to develop for free, creating a toxic tradition. But in a life-or-death battle, that kind of gatekeeping is just a massive hindrance. To survive, mages must share their knowledge and innovate together. It is time for the White Tower mages to start cooperating and sharing secrets. Oscar patted Franz on the back, warmly praising his immense effort. The kid was incredibly talented. Truth is, Oscar did not expect him to succeed immediately. Getting it on the first try was amazing. Franz beamed with newfound confidence. He felt deeply grateful to his master for making a tough concept so incredibly clear. Full of energy, the young apprentice sat back down near the remaining ingredient sacks. He wanted to brew another batch of the vaccine while they still had supplies. Oscar suggested using a larger steamer to speed up processing. This allowed them to cook all the herbs together. Hours flew by, leaving Franz completely drained. He could barely keep his eyes open, completely exhausted from the non-stop work. Oscar was absolutely stunned when he counted their finished vaccines. They had whipped up a whopping 514 doses. Then, the door slammed open. Elder Maxim stood there out of breath, bearing some incredibly bad news. He showed them an urgent telegram. The rival Blue Tower had arrived. Their pharmaceutical group reached Siren an hour ago to meet the Archbishop. It looked like the White Tower was simply too late with their vaccine. The Blue Tower faction had no intention of letting this massive opportunity slip away. Talk about a nightmare. They are about to lose everything to their rivals. Hearing this devastating news, poor Franz immediately broke down in tears. Elder Maxim tried to soothe him, gently explaining that life is full of setbacks. But Oscar stood tall. He knew they still had a fighting chance. After all, the Cadenzian flu was officially registered as a Class B outbreak. This meant the White Tower still had legal options left to block them. But to pull it off, they needed to move immediately and incredibly fast. Down in an outer district of Serena, a sudden knock rattled the door. Inside the room, the Archbishop received word that his visitors had finally arrived. Archbishop Baldwin of the Order of Elders sat quietly, hoping for good news. The door opened. Finally, the highly anticipated guests were ushered inside to meet him. They were two skilled mages from the Blue Tower, Moira and Brian. They thanked him for the meeting, and Baldwin immediately offered them seats. Everyone in the room seemed incredibly pleased with how things were starting out. Baldwin didn't waste time. He got straight to the point of their meeting. He wanted a status report on the creation of the Caden flu vaccine. They assured him that everything was going exactly according to their initial plans. That was expected from elite pharmacists, but Baldwin wanted to know the timeline. They explained that all they had left to do was run clinical trials. Once those cleared, they would get approval from the Imperial Food and Drug Administration. But as everyone knows, proper medical testing takes a lot of time. Baldwin lost it. He was absolutely furious when they revealed the timeline. Hearing that production could only start in 6 months made him completely furious. He had a crucial trip to Van in 4 months, and the medicine had to be ready. Another knock, a sudden interruption cut right through the middle of their conversation. Baldwin glared at the entrance, furious that anyone would dare interrupt him. A nervous servant stepped in, announcing that another mysterious mage had just arrived. Baldwin sighed and allowed the newcomer in, assuming they were also from the Blue Tower. However, the two mages sitting with him exchanged highly confused glances. The entire room watched with growing curiosity to see who was actually standing outside. The door creaked, everyone watched as the heavy wood began to slowly open. The stranger walked in, casually offering a formal greeting of Elsia to the room. It was Oscar Cruz. He stepped inside and confidently introduced himself. He announced that he was merely a second-level mage representing the White Tower. Baldwin stared. He wondered what such a weak mage could possibly want. Before the Archbishop could even speak, Oscar declared he was there with a massive business offer. Pure shock, his bold statement left everyone in the room staring at him. Baldwin couldn't fathom what a low-level mage from that weak tower could offer him. Standing tall, the young man confidently announced he was selling the Cadden flu cure. The Archbishop laughed, pointing out that the two Blue Tower mages were there for the exact same thing. But here's the catch, the Blue Tower representatives weren't actually ready to sell yet. Oscar, on the other hand, had arrived at the absolute perfect moment. Mora was furious. She was completely outraged by his sudden interruption. She argued that negotiating with the White Tower was a complete waste of time. Everyone knew they lacked both the funding and the technology to make such medicine. Oscar kept quiet about using his tower leader's personal funds to craft the cure. Ultimately, Baldwin didn't care where the vaccine came from as long as it worked. No more waiting, he just needed a real, working vaccine right now. Oscar calmly pulled out a small, ornate container to prove his claims. He stated he would never dare lie to an esteemed archbishop of the order. Opening the box revealed a small, glowing vial containing the actual vaccine sample. Wide-eyed, Baldwin immediately asked how many doses his tower could produce right away. What the White Tower could actually produce, and when, right then, the representatives of the Blue Tower lost all their composure and completely boiled over with rage. But the Archbishop remained calm, telling them there was no reason to be upset. It was their own fault for coming unprepared. Mora quickly spoke up, claiming they lacked proper approval from the Food and Drug Administration. She was clearly deeply frustrated and furious, seeing their massive potential profits from this new vaccine slipping away. Mora demanded to know if the White Tower mages even had a manufacturing license. They did not. This realization immediately gave her a massive boost of confidence. The White Tower faced the exact same roadblock as the Blue Tower. This meant they could launch mass production across the continent the very second they secured their approvals. But Mora was not done yet, hinting at the White Tower's fragile reputation. The Blue Tower possessed a deep, legendary history that completely set them apart. Their medicine would be far superior. Listening closely, Oscar simply smiled. He admitted her points were quite interesting, particularly about the Blue Tower. It was pretty bold of her to brag about history to a White Tower mage. Mora's face instantly darkened, and she sharply demanded that he take that back. But Oscar just kept going. Historically, the White Tower was established first. Sure, there was only a 5-year gap between their foundations. And yes, the leaders of the Blue Tower had desperately tried to close it. Yet achieving that was completely impossible back then, and it remains impossible today. The past is already set in stone, and that reality will never change. Besides, no one could forget their total monopoly over the potion market. That dominance 20 years ago was legendary. Mora stammered that it was ancient history. She claimed nobody even remembered it, but she immediately realized her own mistake. The legendary legacy of the White Tower was simply impossible to erase. Oscar quietly drifted into his own thoughts. For him, this was personal. Those intense years were far more than mere words in old chronicles. He kept speaking, but Mora's focus had completely shifted onto him. Intrigued, she observed him closely, suddenly sensing his hidden energy. This raw aura was far stronger than any ordinary second-level mage. She had to know. Uncover what he was hiding. Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open once again. A breathless servant rushed inside the room, tightly clutching a telephone. The messenger announced that there was an urgent call waiting for the Archbishop. Lord Vince was on the line, and the Archbishop quickly grabbed the receiver. Vince immediately expressed his deepest gratitude for their incredible assistance. They had successfully delivered a working cure for the deadly Cadden flu. Maxim, the White Tower elder, noted that Baldwin Ta actually crafted the medicine. But it was the Archbishop who truly made this miracle possible. Amazingly, every single patient recovered completely, in just a matter of hours. It was a divine blessing. Oscar smiled warmly, thrilled with this perfect outcome. To make things even better, not a single side effect occurred. With no side effects reported, Lord Vince then asked an important question. Exactly when could they expect the next batch of medicine to arrive? Hearing this, the representatives of the Blue Tower stood frozen in absolute shock. They were completely stunned. Meanwhile, the elder calmly addressed the next steps. Regarding additional vaccines, stating that all questions must go directly to the Archbishop. Baldwin did not miss a beat, replying instantly that he would send the second batch as soon as it was ready, promising it would not take long. The call ended. Just like that, the Archbishop turned his attention to Oscar. Was he behind this? Mora immediately lost his temper, shouting about the rules. He demanded that this rogue White Tower mage face immediate legal punishment. But Oscar scoffed. He pointed out that Mora barely understood the actual laws. Specifically, he was referring to the Empire's strict codes of martial law. Those standard rules were for peacetime. The situation today is entirely different. 20 years ago, a devastating plague was the deadliest weapon against demons. Mages developed cures quickly, but the slow imperial bureaucracy ruined everything. The rigid approvals took far too long. People died waiting. Because of that, the Emperor created a special loophole. This critical clause specifically bypassed standard rules during active military operations. It allowed emergency treatments during active military operations. Under these special conditions, standard administrative oversight is completely and legally suspended. Naturally, the furious Blue Tower mages immediately began to protest. They loudly argued that there was absolutely no active war happening right now. But the law defines several distinct scenarios as state-level warfare. This includes foreign invasions, but also internal revolutions that threaten the state. The third category covers any active security threat rated above Class B. The Kadinsky flu is officially recognized as a Class B natural threat. This means standard peacetime rules are useless, and they must adapt immediately to survive. We must act on the situation. Hearing this, Brian, the marketing director, jumped up. He told the Archbishop that if the White Tower could do it, they could too. The Blue Tower would immediately dispatch their own cures to the Windsorrow's estate. But the Archbishop coldly noted that Brian completely missed the point. The race was already over the moment the White Tower delivered their medicine. The local lord believed the Archbishop was working solely with the White Tower. Now Baldwin could not suddenly go back on his word to the people. He could not possibly turn around and claim the cure came from the Blue Tower. Talk about a total shutdown. The desperate Blue Tower mages suddenly offered a massive discount. But this cheap negotiation tactic only offended the Archbishop further. To him, their sudden discount looked exactly like a cheap bribe. With the scandal growing out of control, the Archbishop refused to hear another word. He ordered the representatives of the Blue Tower to leave his residence immediately. The humiliated mages had no choice but to obey and retreat. Furious, they made their exit, and Mora stopped right in front of Oscar. Mora threatened that Oscar would pay for this insult, but Oscar was unfazed. In fact, Oscar calmly revealed he had already registered the patent at the palace. If the Blue Tower wanted to distribute their own vaccine now, they had to pay. They would have to pay heavy royalties to the White Tower or drop it entirely. With that final blow landing, Mora stormed out of the room, completely consumed by hatred. Brian barely had time to offer his polite farewells to the Archbishop. He was always a bit slow, clearly not realizing how badly they had just been beaten. Figured everything out just yet, Brian was leaving the office when Oscar suddenly tensed up, sensing something strange. The man carried a weirdly unique floral herbal scent. The killer who sold the poison to Oscar Sade had confessed that the master planner had a fresh, clean, minty smell. That was literally his only clue about the mysterious client. Oscar watched the man walk away, realizing he had just crossed paths with his would-be killer, but finally the door slammed shut and they could get back to serious business. The Archbishop was clearly pleased, inviting Oscar to sit down so they could continue negotiations. First up on the agenda was the cost of the vaccine. The rival Blue Tower wanted 2 million coins for their formula. Oscar countered if the Blue Tower wanted 2 million, he was demanding 5 million. Archbishop Baldwin burst out laughing at the absurd number, completely dismissing the proposal. A few hours passed, then a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed through the entire White Tower. A check for 10 million coins had just landed like a bomb. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Oscar stood right in the center of the storm, quietly enjoying the scene as the shocked elders repeated that beautiful, massive figure. Even the usually stern Fedalina lost her composure, hugging Oscar tightly and saying she always believed in him and knew he would pull it off. Deputy Head Hamill stared at the paper in disbelief. He knew this meant something. Major had gone down because the stingy archbishop would never pay that much. Oscar smirked, explaining that the massive sum included some extra fees. Once the room finally quieted down, he revealed that the total covered marketing costs. Advertising fees, that concept was completely alien here. It definitely required some explaining. Oscar laid out the plan, stating the White Tower had to officially announce that Baldwin received a divine prophecy. This fake vision foretold the deadly Cadden flu, giving their faction the perfect excuse to whip up an emergency cure ahead of time. See, the ambitious archbishop is aiming for a cardinal promotion next term. A direct revelation from Mother Earth would crush all his rivals. Baldwin absolutely loved the brilliant spin. He did not hesitate to pay 10 million coins up front, even though Oscar's starting price was way lower. But there was a catch. The medicine had to be ready within a week. Unbelievable, the deputy head immediately recalled Oscar's punishment of triple restitution. But since the young man brought back a literal mountain of gold, they officially cleared his massive debt. No one in the room could object. Hamill was so impressed, he offered to grant Oscar any support he needed. The powerful elders were ready to authorize whatever resources he requested. Oscar immediately asked to recruit every mage ranked level 4 and above. Speed was everything. He wanted to handle the final roster selection himself. Meanwhile, Elder Fedalina was tasked with spreading the word across the tower. The pitch was simple. They needed high-level spellcasters for experimental lab work. Level 4 and above, those who agreed to help would receive solid pay and actual meat with every meal. Within hours, eager mages began gathering near the potions lab, whispering about the delicious feast waiting for them. In the potions lab, they whispered, trying to cook up something delicious. A hearty meat lunch made a great bonus on top of the pay. When Oscar and Franz stepped into the laboratory, they were shocked by the massive crowd. Neither of them expected this place to be so packed. Oscar immediately greeted the assembled mages, saying he was glad they came before asking for their full attention. But the arrogant mages paid absolutely no mind to this supposedly weak, foolish mage choosing to ignore him and chatter about their own abstract theories. With one sharp move, Oscar grabbed their attention, getting the exact reaction he wanted. Now every single mage was quiet, hanging on his every word. He announced that they were there to manufacture medicines and a vaccine for the Cadden flu. He openly asked for their help, but the senior mages were completely baffled. Why did this genius need them? How would he even make it? Surely he was just making up more ridiculous nonsense. Oscar listened closely to their hushed whispers, quickly realizing he had zero authority here. Franz stepped up, confirming that Oscar was definitely not liked by this crowd. But honestly, it was expected, not with his completely trash reputation. Nobody forgot how insolent he was, or how he wasted the tower funds. Always drinking, a complete drunk, a thoroughly despicable person. Suddenly, a beautiful blonde mage stepped forward to question his potion making. She knew the White Tower's ancient brewing methods were lost centuries ago. How on earth would they brew anything? It made zero sense. Oscar casually claimed he had revived those dead methods, making everyone tense up. They clearly did not trust this smooth-talking guy. The girl pressed further, demanding to know who had actually proven the medicine's effectiveness. Oscar smiled, revealing a signed contract with the Order. Talk about a massive power move. Blonde countered, noting that such a deal must be worth an astronomical fortune. A cheap meat dinner as a reward, what a joke. Still, they wondered why Oscar would trust them with such valuable secrets. Oscar shot back, admitting he honestly did not know why they stayed here. Why remain in a decaying White Tower? The girl hated that dismissive answer. She snapped, saying this was no way to treat people you need help from. Feeling like she had completely wasted her time, the blonde turned to leave. She declared that nobody in the room had to endure such rude insults. But before she could walk out, Oscar spoke up, shifting the entire mood. He calmly stated that he knew exactly what each of them had sacrificed. They stayed for the tower. Hearing that, Lena froze in her tracks. Oscar addressed her directly as Lena White, a highly talented 5th-level mage. 7 major groups, including the Red Tower, tried desperately to recruit her. Yet Lena rejected them all. Next, Oscar looked at another 5th-level mage. Eric Dryan, a powerful combat specialist recognized by the royal palace itself. They offered him a prestigious spot as a royal mage, but he refused. Then there was Descartes Rain, another 5th-level prodigy who got an offer from the Imperial Academy to become an instructor, not just once but repeatedly. He declined too. Rose also turned down numerous offers from the Golden Tower, who desperately wanted her unique, highly creative approach to alchemy. Every single mage present had rejected similar fortunes. Oscar admitted that honestly, if offered something like that, he really wasn't sure he could refuse, yet none of the White Tower's mages actually left their posts. Lena asked if the elders knew about those secret meetings. Oscar confirmed they absolutely did. But those elders had no choice. They had to pretend nothing was happening. After all, they really didn't want to burden their students. Right now, the White Tower faces its coldest winter yet. In this brutal situation, any mage could have easily fled to warmth. Instead, they chose to stay. In this freezing cold, Oscar admitted that if he couldn't trust people like that, then he had no idea who in this world he could ever trust. However, if the mages don't want to participate in the White Tower's work, no one will force them. That just means Oscar and Fran must work until they drop. Fran had almost fully recovered from making that first vaccine batch. Still, he felt pretty down. He was in no cheerful mood. Oscar told Fran not to fall behind. After all, if it was just the two of them, they needed to get started immediately to fulfill the entire contract. Oscar quickly put on his safety goggles and prepared to start selecting some herbs. Right then, Lena approached him. She seemed quite embarrassed, but she asked anyway if Oscar's offer was still open. Suddenly, all the mages grabbed their protective goggles and gloves. They were quickly ready to begin training and start making the vaccine. Franz stared at Oscar, utterly amazed that this guy actually managed to convince anyone with just his words. It felt like a dream, but Oscar had to deliver some fake bad news. The meat wasn't pork, it wasn't rat meat, or some other low-grade meat. It was high-quality beef, the absolute best news in a long time. And believe me, the production of these vaccines was an absolute success, exceeding their initial goal by 1.5 times. A week later, Oscar was walking through the greenhouse. Suddenly, he spotted a flower heart left on the grass. He immediately assumed it was Old Man Wilter's doing. Oscar figured the deputy head had finally found Wilter and dragged him back to work. He needed to meet with him very soon. The boy opened up the newspaper to read the latest news. It reported that the entire pandemic would end shortly after their flu vaccine became widely available. Perhaps this was the ultimate sign, the revival of the White Tower. Oscar Cruz had actually been nominated by the Archbishop as a contender for this year's prestigious Peace Prize. Moreover, the Archbishop's popularity among the people had absolutely skyrocketed. Oscar was convinced that everything was going entirely according to plan. Suddenly, he heard Fran running toward him with news. The entire situation was simply amazing. Massive orders were pouring in from all sides. The northern territories, the Order, even the imperial family. Everyone had placed massive orders, meaning the White Tower would earn a huge amount of gold coins. Oscar wasn't surprised at all. To survive, people simply had to get this vaccine. At this stage, the most pressing problems had already been solved, but Fran understood that once full vaccination was complete, no one would need the drug anymore, and the next flu outbreak wouldn't happen for several decades. Oscar replied that there was absolutely no need to worry about money. He had already developed a potion for which there would always be massive demand. Fran assumed he was referring to that legendary drug called Star Tier, which had been the subject of so many rumors lately, but Oscar smiled and replied they would only be selling low and mid-grade potions. The time for the Star Tier had not yet come. This legendary remedy was the White Tower's most famous potion. Rumors claimed its miraculous properties could literally bring the dead back to life. It would cause an absolute frenzy once it went public. Releasing it now would only attract greedy villains looking to steal the secret recipe. When it came to the flu vaccine, Oscar was safe because he had the Archbishop's backing, but things change. He needed to elevate the White Tower's status first. That was the main goal. So Oscar told Fran that since he was just loafing around doing nothing, he should help gather the ingredients. For this batch, they would need Lanty's leaves, poise stems, and plenty of other rare plants, but Fran replied. There was absolutely nothing nearby. These plants used to be the famous signature specialty of Serena City, but the growing fields had been completely ruined long ago. Because of this, the boys had to head far outside the city gates. Fran kept complaining. He could not grasp why they had to trek out here. Just for Oscar to inspect the land personally, it made no sense at all. Carriages were out of the question. No one traveled this far. Oscar just smiled, telling the whining boy to hang in there a bit longer. They were almost at their destination, after covering 10 full bursts of distance. Fran was completely baffled. Ever since the last Great War, distances were measured in modern meters. Oscar was genuinely shocked to hear about these massive, modern changes. Sure, the old way of counting was harder, but it felt more fun. Chatting happily, the duo kept pushing deeper and deeper into the dense woods. Suddenly, Oscar stopped. He spotted a tiny, rustic house hidden ahead. Fran stepped up to the wooden door and gave it a loud knock. After a tense moment, the door creaked open. An older man appeared. He asked with disbelief if they had actually traveled all this way on foot. They explained the carriage only brought them to the outskirts. The rest was hiking. Just as they were speaking, several loud cars suddenly pulled up to the cabin. Check this out, inside one of the luxury cars sat an incredibly wealthy businessman. He sneered, asking the old homeowner if he was finally ready to sell. Hearing this, the homeowner threw his door open wide and stepped outside. He was a tough, muscular, and proud herbalist. The rich man laughed. He told him to stop being stubborn, offering 10 times the market value. But the proud man spat back, refusing even for a castle made of mithril. The businessman warned that their little negotiations would be coming to an end. They did not care if the old man rotted away out here alone. But Ivan the herbalist barked back that it was his own damn choice. Nobody had the right to meddle in his life or his land. The developer smirked, claiming they were actually doing him a massive favor. He could retire in luxury instead of living next to a massive, smoking factory. But Ivan snapped that no factory would ever stand here while he breathed. He would absolutely defend his sacred land to his very last dying breath. The businessman scoffed and signaled his men to start driving away. As the cars drove off, the boys stood quietly in the beautiful field. The businessman casually added that on their way here, they had crushed several flower beds, but he was more than happy to pay for the damage and tossed a thick stack of cash right onto the ground. Then his cars spun around on the ruined flower beds and sped away. Suddenly, Powell noticed those guys dressed in white tower robes. He demanded to know what these beggars were doing out here. They probably came looking for rare herbs. After all, those broke guys had just made a fortune off their new vaccine. Powell was highly surprised. Because they had raked in a massive pile of cash. After reading the article, the businessman whacked his assistant over the head with the newspaper as hard as he could for letting him know about this vaccine so late. If the herbalist secured the White Tower's backing, he could easily hold onto his land for years to come. He can't allow that, not in a million years. The businessman immediately cooks up a dark new plan. He orders his subordinate to urgently contact a group of mercenaries and hire them. The subordinate tried to find out what this job actually was, since the herbalist had been officially appointed by the state, but in response, he got smacked over the head with that newspaper. Again, we just need to kill the herbalist and make it look like he has gone missing. Once the owner is gone, his land will be put up for auction, and if those White Tower mages spend the night at the herbalist's place, they will have to be silenced too. Sure, this might cause some problems, and magic towers might take an interest in the businessman's shady affairs. But he was absolutely certain that the power and influence of those towers were just ancient myths from the past, and the White Tower had practically fallen into ruin anyway. Night fell. Fran and Oscar lay on the soft grass looking at the sky. Turns out this herbalist is actually a good guy. He lets them spend the night on his land and even fed the boys. Oscar was incredibly pleased with how things were working out. The herbalist had even suggested that the boys stay with him until morning because traveling in the dark was pretty dangerous. Besides, he had obligations to the White Tower. Oscar was quite intrigued by those words, but Fran asked about the strange man who had just arrived by car. Let me introduce the local villain, Devor Powell. A few years ago, he started buying up all the land around here. Many herbalists fled Siren or vanished without a trace. Only Ivan stood strong. Meanwhile, the businessman Wants to turn this entire place into the continent's largest industrial zone. Oscar wondered how Ivan had managed to hold his ground for so long. The man replied that the businessman could not touch a hair on his head, or he would suffer. After all, Ivan was recognized by the state as a master of herb cultivation. He was under the protection of the imperial family itself. Oscar understood that selling this land would have made him an absolute fortune, so why hadn't the herbalist sold it? The man chuckled, saying the young mage asked obvious questions that were clear to absolutely everyone. Ivan admitted that he simply loved this beautiful land. It was his home, where he was born and where he would die. The boys both agreed in their hearts, thinking that this herbalist was a truly good man. They looked up at the night sky, and Fran noted that the stars shone so much brighter here, it was almost enviable. Fran wondered out loud what it. Fran really wanted to live a brilliant life, but he doubted a genius like Oscar would ever understand. Surprisingly, Oscar disagreed, saying Fran himself was actually quite remarkable. He told him to remember that and never forget it. After all, a genius like Oscar only speaks the truth. Hearing this made Fran realize that he really was special, especially to a guy like him. Oscar watched Fran, unable to comprehend why others called him a troubled child. In reality, Fran was just an extremely sincere and sensitive young man who cared too much. In the past, you could see bright stars shining right from the center of Siren. Now modern street lights flooded the city, washing out the stars until they were barely visible. What used to be a minor annoyance now felt strangely romantic. Fran laughed, telling Oscar he wasn't old enough to talk like a wise elder from the past. He planned to visit old Ivan tomorrow to see if they could bring back herbalism in Siren. Suddenly, the young mage stopped. He sensed a faint movement nearby. Something was lurking in the shadows out there, though he couldn't quite identify it yet. Noticing Oscar's sudden change in posture, Fran wondered why he looked so tense. Fran jokingly asked if he was seeing a ghost, but Oscar's highly serious expression said otherwise. No, he whispered, but he could definitely sense 4 people out there. These uninvited guests did not come here with good intentions. Oscar immediately urged his terrified friend to stand up because their uninvited visitors had finally arrived. Outside, the hostile group was moving in extremely fast. One of the mercenaries complained loudly, wondering why the boss wanted the old man dead tonight. The thugs didn't care, simply following their employer's orders. Plus, there was a massive bounty on the line, and soon they reached the quiet cabin. Stopping at the entrance, the leader ordered everyone to shut up. He warned them about potential mages inside, likely from the White Tower. They were weak and easy to handle, but crossing other factions would be far worse. Still, the leader had wanted to test his strength against a mage. A massive thug approached the heavy door and signaled that he was ready. Holding the door key tightly in his hand, he carefully slipped it into the lock. He turned it quietly, hoping to break in without waking the old herbalist. The contract killers crept silently into the small cottage, but the old target didn't even stir. He lay perfectly still, making the thugs feel like this was too easy. With no mages sensed nearby, they relaxed completely until one bandit suddenly saw something wrong. He ripped the heavy blanket back, only to find an empty bed. The old man was gone, and just like that, the trap is sprung. A high-speed wind bullet shot right from Oscar's pointed finger, piercing straight through the thug's skull. It was a perfect hit. Oscar grinned, thrilled with how well it worked. This was the very first time the young mage had ever tested this custom spell in battle. The wind bullet was an original spell Oscar had invented himself. He had completely redesigned a simple wind spell to mimic the deadly mechanics of a gun. By channeling high pressure, he turned basic magic into a lethal weapon. Even Oscar was shocked by how incredibly fast and deadly the attack was. All that was left now was to step outside and deal with the remaining intruders. Stepping outside, Oscar only saw 2 enemies, though he had sensed 4 earlier. When the confused thugs asked where Max was, Oscar gave a cold smile. He calmly told them their friend was resting, and he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Probably forever, the thugs instantly realized Max had been a total, careless idiot. They demanded the herbalist's location, promising they would spare the young mage's life. But Oscar knew better than to provoke them. He always preferred keeping things clean. He avoided sloppy fights. Still, the bandit saw right through him. This mage clearly was not going to talk, so it was time to draw some blood. The boss ordered his old subordinate to strike first. The old man instantly charged forward. Oscar quickly raised up a defense barrier. A strong wind shield appeared with a quick snap of his fingers. He stood ready. The old fighter could not break through, but he did crack the magical shield. Oscar calmly watched his opponent and gave him props for a pretty decent hit. Then he quickly backed away as the veteran warrior swung his weapon again. The old man brandished two dangerous, pointed metal rods in his hands. He mocked Oscar, claiming a sheltered mage could never recognize such unique weapons. It was too bad, but the kid was about to learn the hard way. He threw the rods, declaring it was over, but Oscar was ready. He was casually spinning a sphere of wind right on his fingertips. The sphere spun incredibly fast. To him, this whole fight was turning out to be quite boring, so he casually launched his miniature hurricane forward. The wind blasted the metal weapons, completely stopping their momentum in an instant. The old man stared, impressed that the boy kept his cool under pressure. Oscar kept a steady aim, firing a sharp gust that shattered his opponents. Weapons into tiny pieces, he sighed, unimpressed by the fight. Such rare weapons are just cheap tricks, nothing special about them at all. Oscar quickly shifted into an offensive stance, planning his very next move. The senior warrior thought the boy was backing off in fear, but things are about to get crazy. A hidden gun suddenly fires a bullet. Right at the mage. Thankfully, his wind barrier blocks it instantly. The boss stared at the lifeless body of his own fallen comrade. He muttered that he felt a tiny bit bad, but not really. He added that Oscar only survived because he was keeping his guard up. Oscar looked at the dead man, completely disgusted by this betrayal. The boss shrugged. He was just a tool, easily replaced. Classic villain logic. Oscar knew these thugs had absolutely zero loyalty. Curious, he asked what kind of strange weapon the leader was holding. The boss sneered, calling it a serious masterpiece, not a mere toy. It was an expensive, deadly piece of machinery. As he reloaded, Oscar noted that the weapon actually utilized 3 distinct magic spells. Specifically speed, amplification, and raw penetration. The boss froze, completely stunned that a kid knew this. How could a simple white mage analyze his weapon so quickly? Oscar pointed to his cut cheek. He got nicked by the bullet, which gave him all the data he needed. The boss stared in pure shock. He admitted the kid was highly talented, which explained his insane confidence. Realizing his immense value, the gang leader offered Oscar a high-paying job. But the young mage instantly refused, saying the offer made him sick. Made the back of his neck itch, and the gangster walked away, satisfied with that answer. After that, it became clear that further conversation was completely pointless, and Oscar ran to escape the thug, now lying in the tall grass under the fence, unable to fully grasp how the former master of the prestigious White Tower had ended up here. He was trapped. His current wind bullets were simply too slow to protect him. This delay made direct combat a losing game, and his mana was cut in half. Worse, he could not keep running forever in his currently weakened physical state. Luckily, his opponent had one clear weakness. He reloaded after firing twice. The thug stalked through the fields, searching for Oscar with clear intent to kill. Oscar realized he only had one shot left to take this dangerous bastard down. Activating his speed boost magic, the young mage sprinted forward as fast as possible. The thug caught the sudden rustle and whirled around, searching for the mage. He noticed Oscar was incredibly fast, but believed no one could dodge his gun. Taking aim, the bandit pulled the trigger, and a bright flash of fire erupted. The bullet tore toward the target, shattering the mage's failing protective shield. Talk about a heart-stopping moment, but the bandit just stood there in absolute shock. Quickly reloading, he realized dodging that bullet at close range should be impossible. The speed alone could not save him, which meant the mage did not dodge. Oscar had blocked it directly, leaving the thug utterly baffled. But Oscar was already standing right next to him, unleashing a point-blank wind bullet. The thug stared, unable to comprehend how a low-level mage could pull this off. Oscar simply mocked him, saying a common thug would never understand the trick. Even if he explained the high-level calculations, it would go over his head. Standing over the dead bandit, Oscar picked up the fallen weapon with interest. The gun was an absolute masterpiece of engineering, possessing incredible magic acceleration. It combined high amplification with massive armor penetration. Even though Oscar's weak body struggled against it, he won using pure genius. He cleverly reduced the friction on the surface of his custom windshield. Oscar reinforced the inner layer of the shield while keeping the outside flexible. This made the deadly bullet slide harmlessly along the outer perimeter. If his defense calculation had failed by a fraction, he would be dead. Returning to the White Tower meant he had to study modern firearm combat. Oscar had pushed his fragile new body to its absolute limits here. He was exhausted, but there was no time to rest with lives on the line. Fran and Ivan still desperately needed saving from the remaining mercenaries. 3 enemies were down, and Oscar prayed that Fran could hold his own. Now watch closely, because this is where the real danger begins for them. A powerful opponent blocked Fran and the herbalist on their escape route. The enemy sneered, claiming he had been waiting a long time for them. Fran ordered the old herbalist to run while he held off the foe. Fighting at full strength was impossible with a hostage nearby to protect. He promised to crush the villain quickly and catch up with the elder. Nodding in agreement, the old herbalist fled, wishing the young warrior luck. Fran turned back to the bandit, asking why he let the target escape. Did he stay just to fight Fran? The bandit laughed. The bandit had absolutely no intention of chasing the old man, refusing to let the mage escape. Of course, his primary target was actually the old herbalist. But he had always been incredibly curious about what exactly made mages so terrifying. Now the ruthless thug finally had his perfect opportunity to face a real mage. He drew his sword, leaping high into the air. Roaring that he would finish off the mage first, the villain swung with savage force. But Fran quickly counterattacked, activating his sharp wind cutter. The thug easily parried the blow, mocking him and laughing that it was too simple. Then instant terror, a flash of panic crossed the young mage's face. That deadly blade was now hovering only a few centimeters away from his completely defenseless chest. The thug grinned, believing the famous white magic tower was a complete joke. But suddenly, the arrogant villain felt something incredibly strange. This was wrong. The blade shouldn't slide through a human body this easily. Panicking, the terrified thug desperately tried to pull his sword out of the dead body. But Fran's bare hand clamped tightly onto the steel, keeping it locked. With his free hand, the young mage unleashed a close-range wind cutter right into his face. He calmly explained his body was rather unusual. Unfortunately for the dead bandit, he was no longer around to hear the explanation. Watching from a nearby tree, Oscar had witnessed the entire unbelievable duel. He realized right then that his young friend was a truly unique and special mage. Think about it, who would ever suspect he wielded the actual spirit of the wind? This incredible magic allowed Fran to turn parts of his own physical body into air. Physical attacks are useless. Swords and spears simply pass right through him. Without rare magic or a powerful sword aura, defeating him is practically impossible for anyone. Even the grand leader of the Magic Tower had never seen such talent. Oscar recalled that a legendary past head of the White Tower had possessed this exact gift. He realized that Fran must have inherited this legendary wind spirit. Fran gasped and clutched his heart, saying Oscar had really scared him. Oscar praised the boy's skills, but warned they still needed to find the hidden herbalist. Fran began shouting in all directions, calling for Ivan to return. He yelled that the danger was entirely gone, while Oscar watched him in absolute awe. This kid had limitless potential that needed to be properly trained. With the right guidance, his power would easily surpass a dozen high-level mages. When Ivan still didn't show up, Oscar used his senses to track the old man. They headed out together, searching through the woods until the morning sun rose. Soon everyone gathered back at the hut, where the emotional old man hugged Fran tightly. Ivan wept, saying he never would have survived the morning without him. Oscar agreed, admitting that things would have turned terrible without Fran's help. The young mage beamed with pride, blushing deeply at all the compliments. He was incredibly pleased to hear this, blushing deeply at the warm compliments. Of course, they knew this wasn't over, and the danger would surely return. That greedy businessman was simply not the type of person to give up. Since his first attempt failed, he would definitely try an even deadlier method next time. Fran still didn't understand why the greedy businessman was so obsessed with this area. But the herbalist sighed, explaining that his land was the largest plot around. This fertile land sat right in the heart of Siren, though its soil quality had sharply declined because of local factories producing all kinds of goods. They kept polluting the river with their toxic waste, and if the businessman builds even closer to this land, the end is near. Staying here will be completely pointless. Soil must recover or the tower will permanently lose its ability to grow herbs. Oscar waited. He wanted this exact moment to ask the old herbalist a question. The day before, Ivan had mentioned debts to the White Tower. Could this be about the promise made by the fourth head, Leonard Ayres? It involved the past herbalists, back when people viewed them quite differently. Back then, they hunted them down like dangerous sorcerers, who brewed strange, unknown concoctions in their cauldrons to sell. Because of this dark reputation, herbalists lived constantly on the move, always staying far from prying eyes. But then, a savior appeared. He welcomed them into his grand city, providing a safe place to live. This man was renowned for his incredible insight, White Tower leader, Leonard Ayres. He summoned the herbalists to his city, promising that Siren would become a safe home for them and their descendants for centuries to come, and that absolutely no one would treat them with malice. Ivan was deeply impressed. He never expected modern residents to know their history so incredibly well. Following that ancient gesture from Leonard Ayres, herbalists from across the land gathered in Siren, finding a cozy sanctuary. For the first time, truly, the White Tower gave their ancestors a home, a future, and a deep sense of pride. Now, Ivan couldn't possibly turn his back on the White Tower. Listening closely, Oscar realized that he was facing a truly sincere man, willing to do anything for them. He stood up, bowed deeply before the old herbalist, and thanked the old man for his dedication, promising that the White Tower would always stand by his side just as they had before. The mages felt certain the imperial family would act immediately upon hearing that villains had attacked their national heritage, but the old herbalist doubted they would move so quickly. They were always too meticulous. But Oscar assured him they would rush over this time, because today was the critical day to sign the contract for the flu vaccine. Meanwhile, things got incredibly noisy inside businessman Powell's office. His assistant was frantically searching for some lost documents. Powell urged him to hurry up, screaming that they were completely finished if they didn't escape right now, but their time had officially run out. The heavy office doors suddenly swung open as representatives from the Ministry of the Interior stepped inside. Senior Inspector Walker introduced himself, asking if his name was really Powell, while the businessman sank to the floor, unable to believe his eyes. A national security inspector stood right before him. Walker coldly announced his immediate arrest on grave charges of murder, blackmail, and illegal seizure of property, as well as destroying protected national heritage. The businessman desperately tried to explain. He swears they have the wrong guy, claiming he is just a simple, honest businessman. But the inspector immediately shuts him down, making Powell realize this is incredibly serious. He is absolutely not going to talk his way out of this mess. Powell needs a way to contact his partner and find some kind of escape. Turning to the inspector, he claims he is ready to cooperate and go quietly. But first, he asks for permission to smoke a cigar, a pretty strange request. This sudden shift in the criminal's mood catches the inspector off guard for a moment. He recovers quickly, ordering his men to cuff the businessman and drag him out. Powell starts screaming that they are making a massive mistake here. The inspector has no idea who is actually covering for him. He screams that the emperor himself is backing him and nobody is above the crown. Even so, the inspector does not care about the criminal's wild threats. He cuffs him and takes the cigar, coldly telling him he won't be needing it. The inspector happily lights it up, knowing crooks always have the best stuff. Just then, his curious young subordinate speaks up with a question. He wants to know exactly who this businessman really is. In all his years of service, he has never seen anything quite like this. The inspector shrugs, saying he is just following direct orders from high up. He explains that His Majesty takes the White Magic Tower very seriously. Honestly, even the inspector does not understand why the crown cares. Sure, the tower did some legendary hero work in the past, but that was ages ago, and a bird with broken wings cannot fly forever. It is bound to crash eventually. Frankly, the current tower deserves zero respect. They just do not hold the same power or influence anymore. The inspector turns to his young partner, asking his age. 23, which means Doran was just a toddler during those momentous events. He was barely a kid when the war finally ended. But he still remembers how humanity won true freedom. All of it was achieved thanks to the mighty White Magic Tower. Yet elite rulers still cling to those old memories. But seriously, who do you think is actually in the right here? Moving on, the inspector announces they have another destination to hit. He tells Doran they are heading west to handle a dirty factory. They need to stop them from illegally dumping toxic waste into Wolf River. The inspector put this right at the top of his personal urgent list. He might doubt the magic tower, but his own sense of duty is unshakable. Plus, he feels deeply indebted to Oscar and Fran for helping them out. They took down Jack the Archer's gang, so he is putting everything else on hold. Meanwhile, Oscar and Fran finally make it back to the academy grounds. Fran suggests grabbing a cold drink and resting, but Oscar wants to report in. Oddly enough, Fran refuses to go meet with Vice Head Hamel. The second he hears Hamel's voice, Fran claims he is busy and bolts. The Vice Head walks up, surprised to see Fran running away so fast. Oscar explains that the boy was here, but had some sudden, urgent business. Hamel just smiles, clearly pleased to have Oscar back in the academy. Once again, Oscar has managed to resolve a major crisis threatening the White Tower. And to think the master only sent him out for a quick stroll in the fields. The headmaster suggests they head to his office to write up a detailed report. But as they ride the elevator up, Oscar notices a strange tension. He is frowning deeply, a dark expression that does not make sense. After all, they just successfully cleared up a massive threat to the tower. Breaking the silence, the headmaster asks if France has mentioned anything to him lately. Oscar shakes his head, quite confused, and asks what exactly is going on. It turns out a letter arrived from the Sirius family, demanding France return home. Oscar immediately asks what France himself thinks about this sudden demand. Does he actually want to abandon the White Tower? Hamel sighs, admitting he is unsure. But the noble family apparently reached some sort of agreement with the boy. Hearing this, Oscar finally understands the heavy sadness weighing on the old master. Honestly, he is pretty shaken up too, which catches him completely off guard. France is quietly packing his things when a knock sounds at the door. Assuming it is Grant coming to say goodbye, he tells them to come on in. Instead, the door swings open to reveal Oscar, who steps inside to face the young heir. Oscar quietly shuts the door behind him, ready to get some real answers. France quickly begins to apologize, explaining that everything happened so incredibly fast. He has to return to support his parents, and apparently he must also get married. Wait, a wedding? Oscar had absolutely no clue France was even seeing anyone. But the truth is, France has never actually laid eyes on his future bride. His family claims she is a proper lady from a rich line, securing an advantage. It is obviously a business arrangement, but France is used to obeying his parents. He endlessly tries to convince himself that this is for the best. She is supposedly kind, beautiful, and incredibly wealthy, so why should he object? But Oscar cuts through the excuses, asking how he can just abandon magic. France shrugs, admitting he feels he has already hit his absolute limit with magic. He once truly believed he was special, destined for greatness in the arcane arts. He chose the weakest magic tower, hoping he could easily stand out there. It is sad, but he really thought he would become a legendary sorcerer. But reality hit him hard right after enrolling, proving him completely wrong. He constantly struggled to master even the most basic, everyday spells. With no hope left, France feels he has no choice but to go home. Hearing this defeatist attitude, Oscar snaps back with a sudden and incredibly sharp lecture. France flinches, worrying his words deeply offended his only friend. Instead, Oscar looks at him and calls him an exceptionally gifted mage. France freezes, eyes welling up with tears at those unexpected, powerful words. He whispers how much that means to him, especially right before his departure. Oscar is dead serious and insists France test his actual limits right now. He wants to show France what it truly feels like to lead the pack. Before they can begin, the door swings open and a stranger steps inside. France gasps in pure shock, instantly recognizing the newcomer as his own brother. The brother nods to Oscar, saying he can spare just a few extra minutes. But France needs to finish packing quickly and make his way downstairs immediately. The deputy head was leaving when Oscar stopped him, asking how much he needed. How much gold would keep France at the academy instead of going home? Grant Sirius spun around in absolute disbelief, wondering who this kid thought he was. Oscar introduced himself simply as France's friend. This was Grant Sirius, France's brother and deputy head of their trading company. Oscar boldly proposed a deal, a move that would sound insane coming from anyone else. Grant just laughed. Proposing a deal to the legendary Sirius family took serious guts. Still, Oscar did not flinch, holding his ground against the powerful merchant without any fear. He promised that neither the White Tower nor the serious family would lose anything. He promised to make France the tower's best mage within 2 years. In the long run, having a genius like him would highly benefit their entire family. Imagine France becoming the greatest mage of the Great Tower in just 2 short years. Now think about it, what if Oscar completely fails to deliver on this impossible promise? If that happened, Oscar would hand over all profit rights for his revolutionary new medicine. He would grant the exclusive distribution rights for the Cadden flu vaccine to their company. Grant was stunned, but he was far more curious about why Oscar was risking so much. Did France truly possess such limitless potential, or was it simply because they were friends? Oscar calmly replied that friends are always worth the risk when building a brighter future. He planned to restore the legendary White Tower back to its absolute peak. And he believed this massive change would happen within 5 years at most. The medicine was just a warning shot to prove their grand comeback had officially begun. To pull off this insane plan, Oscar needed France desperately. France was the key to unlocking the true power and potential of the White Tower. Grant smiled quietly. As a businessman, he would never turn down a highly profitable deal. Even if this young mage seemed incredibly naive, profit was still profit. Still, Grant wanted to add one specific condition to this highly generous offer. In business, the only thing that actually mattered more than gold was absolute trust. Grant did not make deals with strangers, so Oscar needed to prove his worth first. He had to show he could actually back up his bold claims with action. Grant had brought along a 5th-ranked knight as his personal elite bodyguard. A duel was scheduled for tomorrow noon to see if the deal would stand. Knowing Oscar was only a 2nd-ranked mage, Grant promised a fair fight. He would order his bodyguard to hold back and not use any sword aura. Deep down, Grant was making it clear he had no intention of releasing France. Political marriage was already arranged with another highly influential noble household. With a cold farewell, Grant added that failing to show up meant instant defeat. France stood there. He knew this would be nearly impossible. He looked at his friend, desperately believing they had to call the whole thing off. If he just packed his bags and left, Oscar wouldn't have to risk his life. Oscar was already analyzing the entire situation, cold, calculating. He knew Grant was baiting him, yet he had to find a clever way through. Oscar confidently announced that everything would go exactly according to his master plan. A 4th-ranked mage would have more than enough power to counter that bodyguard. France was stunned. How could Oscar reach the 4th rank in one day? Oscar simply smiled, cryptically replying that even he was not quite sure yet. They could easily take a 3rd-ranked mage and push him up to a 4th rank. After all, Grant Sirius never specified that Oscar had to fight the bodyguard himself. He only demanded that Oscar show off what he could do. So Fran would be the one acting as Oscar's proof of concept. The poor guy was totally lost, having no idea where this was going. Oscar placed his hands right on Fran's shoulders with a confident grin. He promised to make him a 4th-ranked mage so Fran could fight instead. With the duel set, they headed straight to the training grounds. Fran was incredibly skeptical, doubting they could pull off a miracle in one day, especially since he had made zero progress over the last few years. Oscar just told him to stand naturally, close his eyes, and circulate his mana. Trusting Oscar completely, Fran closed his eyes while Oscar studied him closely. Soon, Oscar gestured for him to stop and pointed out specific areas. These were the exact spots where Fran was constantly leaking his mana. He explained that blockages like these completely ruin the power of any spell. If Fran could fix these leaks, get ready, his rank would shoot up. But as it turned out, raw rank actually had very little to do with it. Oscar pointed out that normal mages almost never pay attention to these details. Only the ones who do eventually become archmages, so Fran must practice this daily. From there, Oscar went into a pretty long, detailed breakdown of energy flow. He explained exactly how each particle of mana moves through the body. A mage has to keep this in mind whenever casting a spell. Once the theory wrapped up, Fran asked if that was seriously all he had to do. Of course, theory alone was not going to cut it in a real fight. Oscar demanded to see the unique magic Fran had cast out in the fields. But Fran admitted that he could not replicate those moves on command. It was not a lack of trust, he was just genuinely terrified of the spell. He confessed to his friend that he had nearly died during his first attempt. Back then he was desperate because failing to show talent meant getting disowned. This pressure made Fran grow more anxious about his future by the day. He spent all his time buried in books, searching for something entirely unique. Something no other mage could ever copy, and then he found it. He read about an ancient spell that could literally turn his body into wind. That power would make him unstoppable, so he jumped in without any training. At first, it actually seemed to work, but things quickly went horribly wrong. Fran felt his physical form starting to dissolve as the magic spread unchecked. He could not stop the process. Soon, half of his body had turned to mist. His mana spiraled completely out of control if the Tower Master had not intervened. Fran would have ceased to exist right then and there. In those terrifying moments, he was entirely powerless to save himself. He could actually feel his very soul scattering into the empty air. Since that day, he swore he would never touch that magic again. Yet, out in the fields, he had used that exact magic pretty flawlessly. Oscar had watched him execute it like an absolute professional. Fran admitted it only triggers automatically when his life is on the line. Fran felt terrible since he could not summon it at will, but Oscar told him not to worry. There was no reason to beat himself up when plenty of mages struggled with the exact same thing. Oscar had a simple solution since Fran's situation was not complicated. He just struggled to control his mana, so they simply needed to fix that flow. Fran did not understand how his friend could figure this out. Controlling mana was usually a matter of pure talent, but Oscar had other ideas. While talent was normally the barrier, there was a way to force a massive shortcut. Watch closely, Fran was completely baffled as Oscar drew massive circles on the dusty floor. He wondered if Oscar was planning to summon some dangerous demon for a dark pact. Oscar laughed. Demons would never appear from a simple ritual. Instead, he explained. He was actually going to call upon a spirit, which was a completely different story. Specifically, a wind spirit that they would plant directly inside of Fran's own body. Oscar raised his hands high and began to recite the summoning incantation. Spirit of the wind, pure embodiment who blows away all darkness and malice. Guide Fran Sirius, a man searching for truth, just as it was always meant to be. Step forward and reveal yourself to us, breaking through from the other side. Fran eagerly repeated the spell, but absolutely nothing happened. Oscar realized there was no connection. Fran tried reciting the chant one more time, desperately hoping for some kind of response. For a split second, he thought he felt a gentle breeze, but it was just Oscar. Fran let out a heavy sigh. He kept trying, but maybe he lacked the talent. Some people simply had no affinity for spirits, and he seemed to be one of them. This meant Fran felt completely useless. He could not even summon a minor spirit. If he failed at this simple task, how could he ever hope to control his mana? Oscar told him not to despair. There was still another method they could use. Oscar remembered a special ceremony from his past life when he visited the Elven Kingdom. Back then, the elves had suggested the summoning ritual, just as a playful game. That was when it worked for him. It was time for another attempt. Oscar gently nudged Fran to step aside, intending to try a different approach himself. Wait, what is he planning? Oscar was sure the Spirit King would remember his ancient soul. Stepping directly into the center of the drawn magic circle, Oscar closed his eyes. Suddenly, the worn-out training hall faded away, replaced by the towering, legendary world tree. Elves and powerful sorcerers gathered at its roots to summon the great Wind King. Before long, the ancient spirit answered his call. The air began to shift violently. Oscar felt a sudden weightlessness wash over him, as if his physical shell had vanished. Fran could barely keep his footing. He was stunned by how easily Oscar succeeded. He could not believe Oscar pulled off such advanced magic on his very first attempt. A massive gale roared through the hall as the wind spirit finally materialized. The majestic entity turned to Oscar, demanding to know why he had been called back. Oscar calmly explained that he wished to forge a new contract with the spirit. He knew no complex offerings were required, only a true, mutual bond was needed. The spirit asked if Oscar was truly prepared to bind his soul to theirs, to form a lifelong bond of friendship with the great spirit Celestine. But Oscar actually said no, leaving both the spirit and Fran completely baffled. They had no idea what he was playing at, but Oscar quickly clarified his intentions. He had not summoned the great Wind King for himself, but entirely for Fran. Hearing those words, Fran Sirius nearly passed out from excitement. The next day, Gran Sirius waited at the dueling square with his bodyguard, offering a polite greeting to the leader. Of the tower, the personal presence of the tower master Hamel meant one clear thing: that every single elder had agreed to the deal. The master confirmed his final approval. Despite his personal complaints about the contract, the stubborn potion developer had refused to budge. Soon, 5th-ranked knight Leslie Morgan reached out her hand to greet 2nd-level mage Oscar Cruz as Grand Sirius outlined the rules. Presenting 2 amulets, he explained that in a typical match under their traditional rules, victory went to whichever fighter managed to rip the necklace off their opponent first. Grand Sirius also specified that if no one won after 5 minutes, they would lose. The fight could be suspended immediately if Oscar Cruz chose to raise his hand. Still, he mocked the scholar, asking if he truly intended to battle in those clothes. Oscar Cruz shrugged off the comment, saying there was absolutely no reason to worry. He had no intention of stepping into the ring himself. Right then, Grand Sirius walked onto the field wearing proper combat gear, leaving Grand Sirius utterly speechless. Baffled by this sudden swap, he demanded a clear answer from the mage. Oscar Cruz calmly replied that to demonstrate his skill as a teacher, he would observe. After all, he had taught young Grand Sirius everything necessary in a single afternoon. Grand Sirius was cornered into accepting the terms, realizing he had made a mistake. He had not explicitly demanded that Oscar Cruz fight personally during their agreement. Even so, if Oscar Cruz expected the knight to hold back on a rookie, he was dead wrong, but Oscar Cruz simply smirked at the threat. He clarified that mercy was irrelevant, as a 4th-tier mage had much better odds. Hearing that, young Grand Sirius had jumped 2 whole ranks in one night. Sent absolute shockwaves through the crowd. This jaw-dropping twist left everyone utterly speechless. Oscar Cruz remarked that to mold Grand Sirius into the finest mage, he needed results. Recognizing he had been completely outplayed, Grand Sirius looked to his bodyguard. He commanded Leslie Morgan to show absolutely no mercy to the young challenger. Oscar Cruz patted Grand Sirius on the shoulder, giving him some final encouragement. He assured him that if he stuck to their training plan, victory was assured. Surprisingly, Grand Sirius remained completely cool and focused under pressure. He offered a calm nod to his master and stepped into the arena. Walking with the posture of a champion, he promised to be right back. Leslie Morgan bowed politely to the young master, welcoming him back. She remarked that it had been a very long time since their last encounter. Grand Sirius smiled, remembering their friendly sparring sessions from his childhood days. But as soon as the battle signal echoed, Leslie Morgan lunged forward like lightning. Instantly, Grand Sirius felt a suffocating pressure crashing down upon him. Even without her sword drawn, the sheer weight of her presence was terrifying. The unyielding knight towered over the young mage like a solid stone wall. For a fraction of a second, Grand Sirius realized his body was paralyzed. He couldn't even force the words of surrender past his frozen, shaking throat. Oscar Cruz watched with intense anxiety, knowing how incredibly brutal this match was. He understood that resurrecting the lost glory of the White Tower depended on him. Grand Sirius was the key, especially with their task of protecting the herbalist. On the battlefield, Oscar let a swordsman slip past. Without France, they would have been in deep trouble. France recalled everything and felt immense relief. It felt as though the young man had finally lifted a massive burden, a heavy weight that had been crushing him for a long time. France activated the wind cutter for the very first time in his life. Someone needed him, so he refused to let Oscar down and attacked Morgan. The elite knight defended against the young battle mage's strikes with ease. But Morgan noticed that France had improved and could now cast double spells. Not to mention, he was executing a completely unfamiliar sword technique. It looked like an exotic style straight from the eastern lands. The knight managed to block it, but he actually had to try this time. Then it looked like France's blade shattered into a million pieces. Something was off. Morgan decided he had entertained the young lord long enough. It was time for his signature move as his sword lunged forward. France saw the incoming blade and knew this was his moment to strike. The knight was too fast to block, yet the boy did not flinch. Instead, he formed a wind palm to deflect the lethal strike. Watching from the sidelines, Grand Sirius was shocked, totally stunned. How could his brother grow this much in a single night? He wondered if Oscar used a forbidden technique, but Oscar assured him otherwise. His methods were safe. Mid-swing, Morgan realized France's incredible growth. The young lord had made immense progress in his combat skills. But it was time to end this. The life of a warrior did not suit him. Being a battle mage would only destroy someone as fragile as France. He was weaker than others, and this rapid growth would only hurt him. Blade in hand, Morgan stepped closer, convinced this was for the best. Once he healed, France could work a quiet desk job at the guild. He would not have to suffer or make his family worry anymore. Morgan reached out to snatch the necklace and end this fight. Deep down, everyone knew his defeat would bring peace to his family. It seemed over, but then Grant Sirius spotted a confident smile. A look of pure confidence, what had happened during their late training. Right after the spirit transfer succeeded, Oscar checked on France's condition. France lay flat on the dirt, completely exhausted from the brutal training. He admitted that once the beating started, the wind god left his body. Oscar nodded. Until his transformation was complete, the wind would not obey. But if France could unleash the wind god tomorrow, victory was assured. That alone would be more than enough to turn the tables. Yet turning his body into pure air was only the beginning. Oscar sketched out the wind god's absolute trump card on the board. The legendary ability that made him truly invincible, known as unification. It allows him to turn anything touching his body into intangible air. Even weapons and clothes dissolve, making this power absolutely broken. In battle, holding onto your trump card until the end is everything. Winning a tactical mind game is always the sweetest, most satisfying victory. This was Leslie's chance to prove himself, and he was completely certain he had. Swiped the necklace right off the young boy's neck, but at that exact second, the prize was in France's hands. France was beside himself with pure joy. Had he really pulled it off, he had never felt so proud. Not until now, his older brother Grant watched in disbelief, completely unable to accept that France could actually control the wind god. After all, every healer had declared the boy would never handle that power again. The deputy head stepped forward, announcing that the duel was officially over, and the winner was clear to everyone watching. Oscar was incredibly proud of his student, who had done exactly what was asked. He had successfully completed the task, even though it was hard to believe that. In just one day, France had managed to achieve such an incredible result. The rivals shook hands and Grant officially accepted his defeat. Hamel then warmly invited Grant to stay at the White Tower for a bit, recognizing how far he had traveled. However, Grant politely declined. He had urgent business back home, and gently asked the elders to continue watching over his beloved younger brother. Before departing, Grant quietly told France how much he had truly grown. Meanwhile, Leslie deeply bowed his head in shame before his own master, feeling like an absolute failure for failing to complete the mission he was given. It certainly hurt France to realize his own flesh and blood had tried to exploit and use him like a tool, but at least justice finally prevailed, left all alone. France finally let his guard down, letting the pure relief and joy wash over his entire soul, but the next day reality crashed right back. With the glory of victory behind him, France was hit with a pretty grim surprise. He was absolutely miserable, standing right before the entrance of a dark, damp underground prison. France couldn't bring himself to believe this was actually his new training hall. Oscar calmly admitted that France had a point, since these creepy rooms had definitely gone completely untouched for hundreds of years. Naturally, France was pretty furious. Because he did nothing wrong, so why was he being sentenced to solo training? Well, it turned out to be a direct command from the deputy head of the tower itself. France understood the leadership had high hopes, but he still did not get any time to rest after his intense duel before being thrown into solitary confinement. Oscar urged him to look on the bright side, saying it takes real effort to master the wind spirit. Besides, he needed to test the brand new abilities he possessed as a newly minted fourth circle mage. Oscar promised that France wouldn't exactly die, hopefully, but that didn't sound very reassuring, and actual tears began welling up in the boy's eyes. Oscar shoved his crying student into the dark basement, completely keeping his mouth shut about the fact that this entire brutal solo session was his own idea. The previous night, right after the duel, Oscar had met with the tower master himself. He insisted that France desperately needed isolation to push his training further. Hamel easily agreed to authorize the plan, though he knew they would have to reward France with something truly amazing after a month. The head then shared some fantastic news. The Sirius Trading Company offered to let them use their entire supply network completely free of charge. Oscar knew that Grant had already calculated all the massive benefits this partnership would bring to his own family company. It meant the revival of the White Tower and France's rise as one of the ultimate mages. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that outcome, neither for the tower nor for France himself. It was wonderful news, prompting the vice head to switch topics. He had an intriguing request for Oscar, asking him to deliver a special lecture. Oscar pretended to be extremely thirsty. He desperately needed a moment. Sure, there was nothing overly complicated or shocking about this request. Still, Oscar knew the truth. They wanted him focused on making potions. Maybe there was a specific reason their mages needed to get stronger so fast. The tower mages needed to become significantly stronger in a short time. As if reading his mind, the master noted that Oscar was a very quick learner. Then he asked if Oscar had ever heard of the legendary Night of Magic. This was the one day when mages from every single tower gathered together. It was designed to showcase harmony, unity, and their collective power. The emperor wanted this grand day to foster deep bonds between the towers. But let's be real, putting competitive mages in one room never ends well. Instead of bonding, the rival mages just competed with intense hostility. Eventually, these failed events were completely shut down and forgotten. Oscar guessed that the current emperor wanted to bring the tradition back. The master confirmed his guess, admitting the public had no idea yet. Official announcements from the imperial family would arrive after the new year. Still, Hamel warned they had to watch the Black Tower. Oscar knew their rivals would do anything to climb the magical hierarchy. If they tried to rise, the White Tower would definitely face immediate danger. Under constant threat, the White Tower was currently in a very tough spot. Even with the mages giving their absolute best, the future looked highly uncertain. Oscar pounded his chest, promising the elder he would handle the problem. Later, walking across the campus, Oscar wondered what the rivals were planning. How exactly did the Black Tower expect to pull off such a stunt? Talk about absolute confidence, they would only touch his tower over his dead body. Besides, the recent spirit summoning ceremony had already changed the game entirely. Oscar was actually thrilled that everything had turned out so bizarrely. The wind god remembered a pathetic man who could not keep a promise. During the summoning ritual, the wind spirit had been absolutely furious. After all, nobody summons a spirit just to hand them to someone else. Faced with that divine anger, Oscar had calmly spoken a single phrase. He had calmly spoken the secret name, Sylphian of Silence. It was exactly what the legendary sage Oscar would have done in his place. He told the spirit of silence to spread the word that he had returned. The spirit god was shocked that a mortal dared speak the queen's name. Staring closely at Oscar, the entity had no idea who was standing there. After all, the spirit queen herself had issued an order for this man. Oscar was ready to explain, but that would just ruin all the fun. Ultimately, the god of spirits agreed to grant Oscar's requested wish. It would not be a formal contract, but simply a temporary arrangement. Oscar replied that this was plenty, thanking the ancient deity for his help. A spirit delivered a direct message from the queen, telling him to never forget his promise. That was her message. Oscar fully intended to keep his word since he had already saved countless lives inside the White Tower using the Queen of Spirits. He was determined to repay that massive debt eventually. The young man printed out a special announcement for a lecture inside the White Tower. There, he would present a completely fresh interpretation of basic magic concepts. He even scheduled the special lessons to take place every Monday and Thursday, but before he could start, he had to handle a few family duties. The young man arrived at the classroom listed on the flyer and saw his classmates, whom he had not seen in ages, already gathered inside. Glancing over the mages filling the seats, the young man arrogantly assumed they were all absolute weaklings, since nobody was above the third level. A girl nearby pointed out that it made sense, since they would be reviewing fundamental magic. Of course, the elite, mid-level mages were busy. Since the White Tower had recently secured fresh, massive funding, those top mages were occupied. Still, rumors whispered that the incoming lecturer had been personally handpicked by the deputy master of the tower itself. Even more incredible, the class was being held inside the legendary main hall. This was where the prestigious Imperial Observation Seminar was once hosted. The girls excitedly predicted the speaker would be a famous magical celebrity. They could barely wait, but right then another student scoffed at them. He warned them not to expect any actual, high-level magic lessons. He found it pathetic that everyone was hyping up Victoria like this. This arrogant noble was Damien Proud, the sole heir of the Proud County. A classmate spoke up, claiming Damien was being way too pessimistic today. But Damien sneered, noting there were absolutely no entry requirements. Other high towers demanded applications, but here, the announcement just talked about some basic, alternate interpretations of simple fundamentals. Obviously only weak, low-tier mages would waste their time on this. If this were actually a legendary class, their second-level genius would be here. But right then, someone silently cast a powerful sound capture magic over them. In an instant, the entire room fell dead silent, completely stripping their hearing. Damien panicked, unable to comprehend why he suddenly could not hear a thing. An overwhelming magical pressure weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, the lecture hall doors swung wide open. The new lecturer stepped inside and greeted the class. He calmly introduced himself, ready to teach his unique perspective on magic. The speaker was none other than Oscar Cruz. Disappointment instantly filled the room. Seeing him, everyone felt cheated, but Oscar calmly noted he understood. He explained that he did not blame them for feeling this way. While it was nice he knew his low standing, they still scoffed. What could a pathetic, weak mage possibly teach actual students? Surprisingly, the oppressive magic kept them completely silent, preventing anyone from speaking. They assumed Oscar was using cheap tricks to avoid hearing objections, but then Oscar calmly announced that if anyone had a problem, they should leave. He told them that starting today, their easy, pampered days were officially over. As a teacher, he believed they had to take responsibility, but then, before leaving the room, Oscar challenged the students to prove on their own that his lectures were totally useless. He gave them 10 minutes. Flipping over a large hourglass, within those 10 minutes they had to declare they wanted absolutely nothing to do with his class. Oscar was sure they would handle this incredibly easy task without any real trouble. But instead, silence filled the room. The students were completely furious because Oscar had blocked their ability to speak. How could they refuse his class now? That is when their minds started racing. They were facing a second level Mage, which meant he could not use silent casting. They could break this. And that was exactly the trap Oscar had set. He had cornered them completely. If they could not shatter his magic and speak up for themselves, then they absolutely needed this class. This was a direct test from Oscar. To make it possible, he deliberately left a few vulnerabilities in the casting, but breaking it would not be easy. Minutes slipped away incredibly fast, and still nobody could break the silence. Then in the absolute final seconds, Damien jumped up from his desk. He shouted out that he did it. Oscar recognized this rookie mage immediately. Damien Proud was a brilliant young mage, but stubborn as a mule. Oscar offered his sincere congratulations, announcing that Damien was the only one who succeeded. The boy shrugged, saying the task felt way too simple. Because of that, he had dissected the magic carefully, without rushing. Just then, time ran out. The other students suddenly regained their voices. A few complained, claiming they only needed a few more seconds to succeed. But Oscar made it clear, only Damien had actually shattered his spell. The boy smirked, thrilled that he was officially excused from these boring classes. Still, let's be real, sitting around doing nothing gets boring fast. The actual lecture had not even begun, yet Damien was already curious. He wanted to see what was actually taught here. Oscar saw right through him, reading his expression easily. To reward his success, Oscar offered him a special prize. He offered to personally teach the boy one spell. He asked Damien directly which of the basic spells was his favorite. The answer was the Wind Cutter. Oscar immediately told him to demonstrate it. Nodding, Damien activated the spell, channeling the sharp currents of magic. A swirling green vortex gathered in his hand before he unleashed a quick sweeping strike, proudly claiming that was the absolute limit of the spell. It was decent for a rookie, but Oscar promised to show him the real thing. Oscar casually reached out his hand, passing right through Damien's spinning blade. He did not even get a scratch, by his elite standards. This was just a crude imitation. Then Oscar grabbed the active magic with his bare hand, explaining that the kid had made two critical mistakes. First of all, this was not actually wind. Did he really think it was? Damien quickly tried to argue that wind is just moving air. But the teacher cut him off. He explained that water remains water, regardless of the vessel, and fire burns hot no matter what. How it holds its shape, but wind is a completely different story. It only exists when air moves and flows continuously. That is why Demian did not make a wind cutter, but rather just a simple air cutter. Stagnant water quickly turns bad, and spells made of air without flow cannot hold their shape. The White Tower deals specifically with wind magic. In other words, their spells have to move without stopping, without that constant flow, as Oscar is about to show everyone. The spell will keep breaking apart, no matter what. The second issue was the massive amount of mana being wasted during casting. Even a tiny tweak would make a huge difference. When a mage reaches a high level, they can easily see how another caster manages their resources. These young students really need to learn how to be efficient with their mana. Oscar then points out a prime example. Demian comes from a prestigious family known for elite mages. As a young child, he probably watched his relatives cast powerful spells and naturally tried to imitate them. The wind cutter was almost certainly one of those spells, but if he did this before his formal training began, he was tackling a pretty complex piece of magic. Back then, Demian simply forced his way through by dumping tons of mana into it. That bad habit stuck with him to this day, but Oscar sums it up perfectly. Demian will easily master the wind cutter once he fixes these basic flaws, though. For an elite student, this class might feel pretty boring. Still, Demian answers that he does not get why the teacher was so sure he would skip. Oscar wins. That is a quiet but highly crucial victory. He proved he actually has real knowledge to teach. 3 weeks fly by, and suddenly the entire academy is buzzing with wild rumors about Oscar Cruz. Everyone is saying the guy is an absolute genius of a lecturer. Some skeptics claim his lessons are only good for struggling beginners. Yet a shocking new fact quickly puts those doubts to rest. Several 4th and even 5th level mages are now attending Oscar's classes. It turns out even high-level mages desperately need these classes. They are too proud to admit they want to learn from Oscar, but doing it together makes it way less embarrassing, and they have to hurry. Lining up early, believe it or not, the class is still 2 hours away. But without rushing, they will not get in. Meanwhile, a lone student watches all of this unfold with intense, calculating eyes. Soon enough, the regular students are shocked to see a flood of powerful newcomers arriving. It is pretty wild seeing such elite mages attending a basic magic course. And then, absolute shock, Elder Maxim actually sits at a desk. He is a legendary 7th level powerhouse. Moments later, Oscar enters, greets the crowd, and announces they will cover a highly critical spell. The entire room holds its breath, waiting to hear what legendary magic he is talking about, the single most crucial spell in a mage's life. It is the breeze spell. Instantly, disappointment fills the room. They cannot imagine anything more underwhelming. It is the absolute simplest magic. But Oscar is determined to show them the true power of simplicity. Oscar wanted to show them exactly how critical even a simple spell could be. Used even beyond the White Tower, Elder Maxim admitted he had originally planned to just watch, but now his curiosity was piqued. He wanted to ask if Oscar really wanted to teach everyone here the breeze spell. Instead of answering, Oscar asked Elder Maxim to demonstrate the spell to the class. The elder agreed, and in no time, a powerful wind began to howl through the classroom. The students were forced to grab onto their desks because his breeze was anything but a gentle draft. It was a heavy gust, thick with pressure. Oscar thanked the elder, then announced he would demonstrate what a real breeze is supposed to feel like. Oscar called on a student named Amy Rabin, asking her to show off her own breeze. The poor girl was totally embarrassed. She hated the idea of casting magic in front of a massive crowd, wishing he had picked literally anyone else. But when Amy actually cast it, her breeze was incredibly warm and soothing. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of total comfort. Oscar asked the students to point out the difference between those two spells. They shouted out guesses like power, range, temperature, and even mood, but then a girl sitting in the very back row called out the different nature of their mana. Veronica Fricks hit the nail on the head, and Oscar loved her sharp observation. He explained that both spells differed entirely in their basic mana nature, which was honestly pretty wild. This is especially true since the whole process, from channeling the energy to launching the magic, was identical. Yet the elder's breeze felt scorching hot, like a desert whirlwind. Meanwhile, Amy's was as gentle as a soft spring morning. With such a massive contrast in their elemental feel, it is hard to believe they are the exact same Spell, which brings up another puzzle. What actually determines the nature of mana anyway? One of the students spoke up, explaining that there are 4 basic types of mana: enhancement, acceleration, balance, and a special category. These are standard classification systems, but Oscar was looking for an answer about temperament. To understand that, they had to look at the foundation of the White Tower, in other words, perfect balance. Now, the White and Blue Towers actually share a lot in common. They both embody balance because of the unique elements they control. The Red and Yellow Towers focus purely on speed and raw power, completely throwing off any sense of balance. Think about it, you cannot have cold fire or gentle lightning. They only exist at the absolute extremes, but water and air are different. They can shift from freezing cold to boiling hot seamlessly, bringing true balance. Still, there is a sharp contrast between the blue and white factions, even if they look similar on the surface. Take water as an example. For water to boil in the Blue Tower, the rules are strict. You need standard atmospheric pressure and a set temperature of 100 degrees. Just wait a tiny bit, and the liquid eventually boils. But generating hot wind is actually way easier than heating up water. Air blends instantly with its environment, changing its state in a flash. Oscar proved this by sending a wave of hot air toward a few students, who instantly felt like they were stranded in a blistering desert. Meanwhile, the kids sitting at the adjacent desks were hit by a freezing blast, shivering in their seats. Wind holds way more freedom than any other element in existence. It can strike with the devastating force of the Red Tower, or move with the blinding speed of the Yellow Tower, all while shaping itself into whatever form the caster desires. The water of the Blue Tower, in fact, it does not even mix with oil, while the wind is completely limitless, based on a mage's imagination. Air is the single element that can take on any temperament. It is the only force in perfect harmony with the world. Naturally, magicians of the White Tower have to stay incredibly mindful of how they connect with their own wind and actively define what that wind represents to them deep down. This is the core of today's lesson. The moment Oscar finishes his explanation, Elder Maxim steps up and attempts to summon his breeze once more. But wait, something strange is definitely happening to the Elder right now. He closes his eyes tightly, desperately searching for the true essence of his wind. Recognizing the signs, Oscar raises a hand and orders the class not to touch him. After a tense moment, Elder Maxim opens his eyes, whispering that he is absolutely sure of his wind, even if he cannot explain it. Instantly, Oscar tells the students to back up, do not disturb him. Enlightenment demands absolute peace. The younger apprentices stare at the old man in total disbelief, completely clueless about what is going on, and carefully retreat. Oscar quietly explains that Elder Maxim is going through a rare awakening. Once the process settles, the Elder finally opens his eyes, fully present again. He admits he did not quite break through to the 8th tier, but he is incredibly grateful to his instructor and pulls him into a warm hug. Naturally, Oscar welcomes the praise. This little breakthrough will make future classes much easier, since none of these kids will dare question his low rank now. But get this, the absolute highlight of the day is meeting Veronica Fricks. She is a talented student who has caught Oscar's attention for a while. She was the sole person in class who understood the unique nature of breezes. In fact, Veronica is known as one of the most problematic students Oscar has ever noted down in his personal diary. Usually, the smart ones act out simply because standard classes bore them to death. The following afternoon, Oscar heads over to the Advanced Innovation Training Hall. Veronica had mentioned that some pretty interesting things were happening inside. Just yesterday, she had bluntly asked why Oscar is not on the official ranking boards. Did he simply avoid training in these high-tech rooms? Oscar assumed she was just being friendly because she enjoyed his lecture. But now, he really wants to know why she keeps looking at him like he is just some annoying bug. Still, Oscar walks forward, determined to earn her respect. He knows there are only 3 of these special future training halls in the entire academy out of 300. Even their door colors are completely different. Is this place actually that special? If so, why not make the doors magical? Instead, he still has to open them manually. Stepping inside the advanced room, Oscar stops and places his hands on his hips, scanning the area. Honestly, he does not see the big deal about this room, but he is about to find out. Suddenly, the training assistant system named Argo speaks up. The room leverages the latest Breakthroughs of magical engineering, meaning a massive fortune went straight to the Yellow Tower mages who built it. Argo initiates the startup sequence. Register details. Instantly, the system builds a custom course. But Oscar declines registration. He stays off the grid. Guest mode activated. Now, he must select his difficulty level. Argo explains, the system features 100 distinct levels. He can train his way. Oscar decides to start at level 1. Level 1 begins. 3 glowing balls appear right in front of him. Pop them with physical or magic strikes. No wide-range attacks allowed. AoE spells end the run. Instantly, a victory screen pops up. Level 1 is cleared. He actually prefers the ban on wide-range skills. No cheap shortcuts here. Now, wait for it. Time to choose difficulty again. Oscar makes his choice. He jumps straight to level 100. Argo warns him, from level 80, targets shrink and accelerate rapidly. Even worse, they strike back. This training is highly dangerous. Certain groups are banned because of the genuine risk of death. But Oscar just shrugs it off. He is completely ready to proceed. He stretches briefly. With so many warnings, this will be brutal. A challenge awaits. Suddenly, a soft hum echoes from the ceiling. The hall fills up. 1,000 fast targets swarm the air. Destroy them with physical or magic strikes. No cheap tricks. Miss over 10 times, and the entire session is a failure. Oscar unleashes Wind Cutter. The frantic popping begins right now. Targeting them one by one is a trap. He will definitely run out of mana. He must conserve energy. Oscar minimizes his output to the absolute limit. He shrinks the blades, making them razor-sharp, while dodging incoming spheres. This is no game. Oscar realizes the true purpose of this trial. Gasping for air, he burns through a massive portion of his stamina. Yet level 100 falls. The system flashes a bright congratulations. He collapses. Oscar lies exhausted on the cold stone floor. Deeply satisfied, he wonders if modern mages train like this from youth. Then the baseline standards have clearly skyrocketed over the years. Oscar must work harder. He needs real muscle and proper nutrition. But his quiet recovery is interrupted by a sudden, familiar presence. Veronica Fricks arrives. She did not expect to see him here. Finding him up early is shocking, especially since he normally ignores her. Oscar replies calmly. He just wanted a quick morning workout session. A healthy body breeds a healthy mind. That is his motto. Wishing her luck, Oscar bids farewell and casually walks away. Veronica stands frozen. She recognizes those exact legendary words. That was Oscar Sage's quote. Why is he acting like this? The arrogant noble who always despised her has suddenly changed. Puzzled, she selects level 50 for her own morning training. While Argo loads the system, Veronica glances at the leaderboard. Something is wrong. An unregistered user now holds the top spot. They cleared level 100 faster than anyone in history. Intrigued, she demands details, but Argo explains the restrictions. The system refused to share private data. Still, she realized a continental record had just been broken, though she had no clue who did it. Desperate, she demanded that Argo reveal the mysterious record holder's true identity, but the system stubbornly repeated that it could never disclose private user information. Out of nowhere, Veronica suggested that this player might actually be Oscar, but Argo refused to confirm. Meanwhile, Oscar was returning from a tough workout, fully expecting his muscles to be incredibly sore tomorrow, when Elder Maxim abruptly appeared to meet him. After exchanging quick greetings, the elderly man asked Oscar a serious question. Apparently, Elder Fedelina reported that the local market merchants were flatly refusing to buy any potions from the White Tower, fearing that the rival mages from the Blue Tower were seeking revenge. Oscar, who ran potion production, absolutely needed this crucial intel. Inside the tower, everyone was racking their brains trying to solve this major crisis. To make matters worse, the breakfast line in the cafeteria was ridiculously long. Oscar quietly listened as two mages nearby discussed their daily duties. They were Wind Riders, responsible for delivering mail, and today they even scored a raise. This got Oscar thinking that maybe they should completely shut down the binding business. It barely made any profit, and focusing on their land seemed much smarter. But the head of the tower took the delivery service very seriously, despite requiring endless workers for tiny financial returns. Political issues only made it worse, blocking any help from the authorities. The only real saving grace was that ordinary citizens deeply valued this delivery service. far more than anything the other magic towers offered, plus the townspeople regularly treated the mail carriers to all kinds of delicious free food. Hearing this chatter, an absolute stroke of genius suddenly struck Oscar. He immediately approached the delivery guys, asking how often they actually meet their customers. Face to face, the workers explained that this happens basically every single time. Since a signature is strictly required to confirm the delivery, Oscar warmly thanked the delivery mages for the vital information, leaving them quite flustered. Skipping his breakfast entirely, Oscar dashed straight to Head Hamill's office to pitch his wild new plan, and honestly, it was genius. He wanted the wind riders to sell their potions directly door to door, since greedy merchants refused to partner with the White Tower. They would bypass them entirely and go straight to the customers. It was a clever strategy, but standard potions were hardly essential daily items. To fix this, Oscar decided to craft some completely practical, everyday potions instead. Take the White Tower's signature mid-tier recovery potion, which was already highly effective. It could be slightly modified into 4 tailored versions, designed specifically for different age and gender groups. That was just the start. They could also formulate a potion meant for boosting flexibility and quickly strengthening muscles when paired with exercise. The product name also needed a redesign, as the current one felt far too complex for average folks. Just a few days later, an old man sat on a bench, feeling the heavy weight of his years, with barely any of his former youth left. Suddenly, a delivery carrier approached, warmly greeting old Mr. Graham to hand over a package. Inside was a heartwarming letter from a close friend who, thankfully, was still alive. The cheerful delivery worker jokingly remarked that their tough generation simply refused to fade away. Old man Graham smiled, replying that with each passing day he felt his head and body growing heavy, completely drained of any strength. Hearing this, the courier quickly pulled a brand new vial from his bag. A tonic, the newest creation straight from the White Magic Tower. The name was simple, just tonic. This zero-class potion was for seniors. It boosted immune systems and gave them a much-needed energy lift. Old man Miller started taking it last week, the delivery man said. And today, the old guy was already planning to go on a hike. Graham was stunned. He knew Miller well, especially his terrible knee problems. Walking was normally impossible for him. Then, the courier shared a secret. This potion was personally made by Oscar Cruz, the White Tower genius. Graham had definitely heard that name before, he just couldn't place it. Oh right, Oscar was the genius behind the Cadden flu cure. A genius-level potion. Graham assumed it had to be insanely expensive. But it only cost 30 coins, just 1 bottle to take every week. Still, Graham remembered past tonics from the Blue Tower that did absolutely nothing. They were completely useless, but the delivery man had a special offer today. He wasn't just dropping off some expensive and totally pointless medicine. Before revealing the details, he asked if Graham lived in Syria. City residents got a special promotion, exclusive to locals. An annual subscription meant a fresh bottle delivered every single week. Graham realized that if he quit smoking and cut back on drinking, it would barely impact his budget, plus the first few bottles were free. That sealed it. Graham decided right then to try the tonic. The night passed. By the next morning, he woke up feeling incredibly light. This amazing, weightless feeling stayed with him all through breakfast. It was definitely the tonic. Graham hopped onto his bicycle and sped off. He cruised through the streets, completely amazed by this sudden burst of energy. Riding straight to the town square, his elderly buddies were playing chess. They stared in shock. Honestly, they assumed he had already passed away. Graham just laughed. He was resting for a bit, but he was great now. He joined the game, quickly outsmarted his opponent, and took the win. Focusing was suddenly a total breeze with his newly sharpened mind. His buddies were stunned. Surely he was taking some kind of rare medicine. Maybe his granddaughter had got him a legendary, high-grade elixir. The old men refused to let him leave until he spilled the truth. So Graham admitted he tried a new tonic from the White Tower. Everyone usually calls homeopathy a scam, but this worked like a charm. Meanwhile, Oscar Cruz was in his lab, brewing up a brand new potion. But his focus shattered when someone rushed in, shouting about a crisis. Scanning the newspaper headline, his heart instantly sank. If this trend continued, their potions would just rot in the warehouse. Blue Tower had launched a massive sale across their entire lineup. A 15% discount. This price cut left Lena White absolutely furious. She knew the Blue Tower wanted to run them completely out of business. With a discount that steep, those rival mages wouldn't make any profit. Oscar saw no problem. Surely the Blue Tower mages would tire of this soon. But Lena still worried. She feared their rivals would block them from the market. She suggested they sell flu medicine alongside their usual restorative potions. Oscar flatly refused. Profiting off a massive flu outbreak was a terrible idea. It would only make the public angry, giving their enemies an excuse to attack. Lena understood the reality, but she hated accepting that they had to take losses. Their losses seemed guaranteed. Suddenly, Oscar asked about their current potion inventory. It turned out their warehouses were completely overflowing with unsold stock. Nobody would even care if they took a few hundred bottles for a new plan. Oscar wanted to take all those mid-grade potions and completely reprocess them. They could turn the stock into everyday tonics, which were highly popular. Storing useless items was pointless anyway. He also suggested sweetening the deal. For instance, families buying multiple bottles would receive a massive discount. This clever move would instantly help families taking care of kids and the elderly. All they needed to do now was get the word out to the public. Although Oscar skipped the fine details, Lena realized just how incredibly capable he was. He always had a plan. Next, he suggested spreading a very specific rumor. They would whisper that this tonic was absolutely legendary for boosting male virility. She doubted this weird marketing ploy, but 3 weeks later, the results arrived. Blue Tower celebrated their massive economic victory, and Mora rubbed his hands. He was filled with smug satisfaction, believing the White Tower was completely finished. This immense confidence was backed up by their absolutely soaring sales charts. Things were perfect for them, while their rivals had hit rock bottom. Suddenly, the door flew open as the head of their potions division barged in. He rushed straight into Mora's office, holding a freshly printed newspaper. He slammed the paper in front of Mora, who had no idea what was happening. Before Mora could even react, the furious director smacked the paper against his head. He shouted that Mora's celebrating was totally pointless. Trembling, Mora picked it up. He stared down at the front page, his eyes scanning the shocking article. The entire department was in an uproar, accusing him of ruining their profits. They threw away fortunes for nothing, while the newspaper revealed a massive comeback. The White Tower had hit the absolute jackpot with their newly launched tonic. They had sold over 10 million bottles in just the very first month. It became the ultimate gift for elderly parents, with a very interesting side effect. It boosted male vitality. Staring at the paper in horror, Mora was stunned. He couldn't believe this was happening, since they had never sold tonics here before. After all, he controlled the market, but they bypassed him completely. They used a brilliant subscription system and delivered directly to people's doors. This genius method saved their business, but the worst was yet to come. The White Tower announced that their massive potion discounts were now permanent. They claimed the generous moves of their Blue Tower comrades had deeply inspired them. Of course, this was likely Oscar's plan all along, but the public didn't care. They saw the White Tower as heroes. Meanwhile, the Blue Tower's manager was livid. His useless subordinates had celebrated way too early, thinking they had already won. Now the tables had turned completely, leaving them with absolutely nothing to show. With zero outside pressure affecting the market, they completely bypassed the White Tower entirely. Soon, regular folks demanded her specific tonic, and their sales numbers absolutely skyrocketed. Recovering from those massive losses became a completely impossible puzzle for the Blue Tower, even with Mora working. For free, there was absolutely no way they could ever cover those massive debts. Meanwhile, far east lay the lands of the Yang dynasty. A massive goblin terrorized this region, actively waging a brutal war against the innocent people. Local fighters desperately tried to stop the beast before it hit their town. They quickly formed the 9 dragons of the Windy Cloud formation, totally useless against the giant. The monster swatted them aside like annoying flies hovering over an easy meal. Nobody knew what to do as the crazed beast prepared to feast on them. The defenders looked at each other with eyes full of pure, crushing despair. They truly believed nothing could save them, but then they felt a sudden breeze. Looking up, they noticed a strange, hooded figure descending rapidly from above. Perhaps the beast had thrown something at them. Suddenly, a clear, loud voice echoed through the valley, warning the creature to return home peacefully or die right now. A young girl in a hooded cloak floated down from the heavens, landing right between the beast and the villagers. Unleashing her incredible innate magic, she summoned a fierce howling gale that obliterated the massive threat in seconds. With the danger gone, she looked toward the trembling crowd. Honestly, these monster attacks were starting to happen way too frequently. A warrior stepped forward, introducing himself as Zhang Chun of the Nine Dragon sect, bowing low to his savior. Pulling back her hood, Sasha, the powerful leader of the White Tower, appeared. She immediately asked if they had managed to secure the items she requested. Zhang Chun nodded, presenting a bundle of recent newspapers gathered from around the empire. The sect leader mentioned that her tower had been making headlines constantly. It was all over the news. Sasha accepted the papers, her hands shaking slightly. She genuinely feared the worst, thinking her beloved tower had gone completely broke while she was away. What if they had lost their grand status as one of the great magic towers already? Sasha could not bear the thought of facing her master if that was true. But to her absolute shock, the headlines painted a completely different picture. The White Tower was actually thriving. Was the sect leader just printing fake news just to keep her from getting upset? Sasha read on, completely lost in it. Apparently, their new magic delivery service was performing incredibly well across the empire. She had never started this project for money or expected it to succeed. Zhang Chun swore that none of the articles were made up. Sasha bid the men farewell, instructing them to send her payment to the local vampire bank. With that settled, she vanished, determined to see this miracle with her own eyes. Something massive was shifting, and she had to verify it herself. Meanwhile, back at the tower, Lena White approached Oscar with a smirk, crossing her arms and calling him a total genius of a wizard. Oscar immediately tensed at the praise, but she insisted he deserved every bit. Literally every single thing he predicted had actually come to pass. The Blue Tower was reeling from the news, while their own potion sales skyrocketed. Oscar kept his cool, simply asking how people were reacting to their product. It turned out that several cities beyond Serena were begging to start selling them. Lena White had reached out to the military, but they had not responded yet. Oscar knew the army always bought their supplies from the competitive Blue Tower on special discount, so waiting on them was a waste of time. For now, still, potion sales were absolutely nothing to worry about, he added. That he trusted Lena to handle the shipping and send him a monthly report. Lena secretly felt like Oscar was just dumping all the hard work on her while he went off to enjoy himself, but he actually had other plans: to manage the tower's internal affairs and secretly translate the ancient magic textbooks. This task would be easy, but he could not rush without drawing suspicion even for a certified genius. He decided to invent a fictional alias, a highly respected, mature master, a ghost author to represent his groundbreaking theories. Right at that moment, the heavy chamber door creaked and swung wide open. A tired young man stepped out, yawning and stretching his stiff limbs. This was Schwinn, he sighed, muttering that it had been ages since he saw the son. Elder Maxim greeted him warmly, agreeing it had been several years. Elder Fidelina chimed in, noting that Schwinn was up exceptionally early today. She asked if his secret magic research had yielded any results lately. But looking at the young researcher's exhausted face, things were not going well at all. Schwinn was visibly frustrated and completely burnt out. He could not properly manifest the spell required for his upcoming festival presentation. He still had not calculated the exact value needed to stabilize the mana. His calculations were incredibly complex, meaning he could not afford to rush. Yet he had already poured 7 long years into this project. Schwinn was desperately searching for that missing mathematical value, but with zero success. Elder Maxim kindly suggested hiring a brilliant assistant like Oscar Cruz. But the exhausted scholar scoffed, arguing that a novice like Oscar would know absolutely nothing about complex research. Fidelina quickly corrected him, stating that Oscar was already a second-level mage through pure dedication. Hearing this, Schwinn stared in shock. Maxim explained that while he was isolated, massive, unprecedented shifts had turned the White Tower completely upside down. Fidelina admitted she once loathed the boy, but things were completely different. Now Schwinn listened to his colleagues in absolute disbelief. Honestly, who can blame him? He could not believe how the atmosphere had changed. Stepping outside, the scholar noticed that the nearby students actually looked vibrant, happy, and full of life. Maxim explained that these incredible shifts happened because Oscar's true magical potential had finally awakened, and happily shared the latest rumors. Schwinn listened with intense curiosity, asking about Oscar being exceptionally skilled at potion making, but that was not the half of it. It seemed like some legendary merchant possessed the boy, giving him mind-blowing business instincts. On top of his incredible retail success, Oscar was delivering legendary lectures that made complex magic theories easy to understand at any level. Schwinn tried to process this crazy info. As his friends kept hyping the boy up, he resolved to meet. Schwinn wanted to talk in person, noting that he held no grudges against Oscar. It was simply that his research was highly complex. Even a view from the first floor to the tower roof would look entirely different. In other words, even if Oscar was a genius, a second-level mage's scope was limited. His outlook was restricted, especially compared to the complex problems Schwinn studied. Specifically, he was trying to restore the personal magic of an absolute genius. Master of master mages, the legendary archmage Oscar Sage. When they finally met, Oscar was surprised to find himself facing an immediate test. Schwinn introduced himself as one of the oldest magicians in the White Tower, specializing in magical theory and restoring lost ancient magic. He was tackling a massive project, but finishing it alone anytime soon was impossible. Oscar barely paid attention, seeing Schwinn as the exact key player he needed, an influential, highly respected authority on magical theory. Schwinn apologized for testing him, even though he desperately needed an assistant. Oscar reassured him, saying verifying someone's skills was normal when looking for help. Schwinn gave him exactly 50 minutes to finish. Oscar promised to do his best and immediately started working, but as he began solving, he realized this test was a total joke, a 5th level theoretical scholar should easily breeze through this, judging by these questions. Schwinn actually needed someone to catch errors, meaning the veteran had already calculated almost all the correct mana values for his final formulas. Schwinn watched him closely, growing stunned by the boy's speed. A second-tier mage was breezing through advanced theories incredibly fast. Since Oscar was already on the final page, he was clearly reasoning like an expert. He was deeply familiar with advanced concepts. Seeing Oscar finish up, Schwinn assumed the kid must have gotten overwhelmed and just guessed. Oscar, however, intentionally slowed his pace, holding his pen still to avoid looking like a freak. Honestly, who wouldn't try to hide that? Schwinn assumed he was stumped by these incredibly hard magic equations. Even Oscar looked mildly surprised by how genuinely challenging this was. Still, he actually enjoyed working on his own ancient spell again. It was nice to see his legacy surviving in these books. Oscar then handed the finished paper to Schwinn for grading. The older scholar scanned the sheets and offered polite praise, convinced Oscar had just guessed everything. Without even trying to calculate the hard values, Schwinn genuinely liked the kid and would hate to reject him for the assistant role, but he still wished the young man had actually tried to solve these tough calculations. Schwinn had high hopes after great recommendations from elders Maxim and Fidelina, but as Schwinn flipped through the pages, he saw Oscar had actually done everything perfectly. Talk about mind-blowing accuracy. This demanded exceptional mathematical skill. Oscar must possess advanced knowledge far beyond a typical Tier 2 mage. Schwinn turned to ask if he was sure about that last tough question. Oscar confidently replied that he was absolutely certain of the result, writing down every possible value for the mana variables, explaining he used dynamic values to avoid errors. To fix the errors in his calculations, Oscar used dynamic values. These values shifted constantly. Schwinn's hands were literally sweating from the sheer tension. The elder couldn't contain his excitement and begged Oscar for permission to use them. He wanted to test the values in a trial run of the spell. Once Oscar agreed, Schwinn watched the spell ignite and couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there absolutely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this was even possible. The elder shook his hand warmly. Oscar is no ordinary assistant, he declared. He insisted Oscar would be listed as a co-author on this thesis. Meanwhile, Oscar confirmed this reproduced spell matched the ancient research perfectly. Schwinn nodded happily, confirming this successfully completed their very last test. This legendary wind magic, designed by the previous tower master, Oscar Sage, was named Eurioros. Yet Oscar still didn't understand why Schwinn obsessed over it. Why would Schwinn waste so many years trying to recreate a fundamentally broken spell? With just one shot of mana, it created a virtually endless wind source. This directly violated the laws of conservation, acting like a perpetual motion machine. The name Urugaros even symbolized eternity and the infinite circulation of energy. It sounds super pretentious, but to legendary Oscar Sage, this was a failure. Back in his past life, the spell just didn't meet his standards. By then, mankind had already conquered the earth and the great oceans. Yet one final, unfathomable frontier remained, conquering the vast skies. That was the main, ultimate goal of the legendary Blue Skies research project. During the ancient war against demons, mages desperately needed to conquer the air. They designed war airships to finally gain the upper hand. So Oscar created the wind engine spell to power the ships. While mathematically perfect, the output in practice was just way too weak. Plenty of other, simpler spells could have run the airships far better. Honestly, it was absolutely not worth wasting 7 years of life on. Yet Schwinn was practically glowing, totally thrilled with his perceived genius. He urged that they must inform Sasha Me about the breakthrough immediately. She'd be ecstatic since the delivery service foundations were already set. Hearing this, Oscar was speechless. They started a delivery service for this. Schwinn proudly declared that they had finally taken their first heavenly step. He and Sasha Me were finally realizing their lifelong, grand dream together. Oscar asked if he seriously wanted to challenge those ancient failed trials again. Surprisingly, that was exactly what Schwinn had planned to do all along. But Oscar knew launching an airship purely on wind power was possible. Schwinn scoffed a standard airship couldn't fly on one Euroro's engine. Still, things had radically changed recently. The elder guided him to the desk. Pointing at a glowing glass bulb, Schwinn proudly revealed their new trump card. He smiled, declaring this glowing device to be true technomagic. Back in the day, Oscar Sage spearheaded the Blue Skies development himself. The rival Yellow Tower stole the prototype research, using it to pioneer modern technomagic. Thanks to those stolen designs, the Yellow Tower experienced a massive breakthrough. Looking back, Oscar realized that if he hadn't died back then, the Yellow Tower would have gained absolutely nothing. Now, they must increase its power. Using technomagic on the Ouroboros engine would finally allow the airship to fly. This was the primary focus of Schwinn's work. He planned to use a special battery as his tool. Oscar listened to this with deep skepticism, even if they somehow managed to charge the battery using strong wind currents. How could they use it to endlessly boost their mana? This device would become the ship's mighty heart, supplying it with limitless power. Oscar wondered if the Yellow Tower knew about this secret research. Schwinn shook his head. The Yellow Tower considers the concept of airships completely absurd. Right now they are developing a totally different mode of transport. They had built an carriage that could roll endlessly across the land, calling this new machine a train. Oscar had never heard of such a vehicle before, but he knew one thing: if the leader of the Yellow Tower backed this, then it was bound to succeed. These trains would completely reshape human life. And honestly, trains are cool, but they won't shock people like an airship. It turned out the elders had started a delivery service despite the heavy losses, aiming to eventually control the entire market by dominating the skyways. Elder Schwinn confirmed this, explaining that currently they relied solely on wagons and ships to move cargo, but everything would change once those trains arrived. Still, when airships finally hit the market, other transport would become totally obsolete. The White Tower would rule the unconquered skies. Talk about a bold plan, but they were ready. To begin, they decided on a bold move: restore the Ouroboros spell and debut it to the entire world at the upcoming White Night Festival. Now, with Oscar's help, their longest-held wish could finally come true. Oscar realized that the dream he once thought was impossible had never been forgotten. His former students had kept it alive this whole time. As their old master, Oscar knew he had to pave the way for them. He turned to the elder and asked why they shouldn't push further. Why not show a real working prototype of the airship right at the festival? Schwinn stared at the young genius, completely lost for words. Oscar had to repeat his question to the stunned elder. Laying out the incredible idea once more, Schwinn had to admit that seeing a real airship in action would blow everyone away, leaving a far deeper impact than just showing off some dusty blueprints. It was a brilliant plan. Schwinn walked over to his massive bookcase and pulled a heavy, dusty book from the shelf. He explained that Oscar needed to see these top-secret records. The elder handed them over, urging him to study The complicated details. Oscar flipped open the pages and focused. He had never seen equations like this. This was all advanced research on manufacturing. Specialized technomagic batteries. He asked the elder if he could sit at the table to analyze the details. Oscar immediately noted that the work was incredibly thorough. The magic formulas accounted for every single possible variable. After scanning to the very last page, Oscar smiled. He told Schwain that the math was perfect. They could start building the prototype immediately. Schwain beamed, thrilled by Oscar's sudden rush of enthusiasm. But before they began, the elder had one crucial detail to explain. Right before they officially teamed up, Schwain Co. offered Oscar a sincere apology. He felt terrible for dragging the young man into such an incredibly dangerous mess. Because the moment they reveal their secret project to the world, everything changes. The powerful Yellow Tower will do absolutely anything to stop them, no matter the cost. Even if they sacrifice lives, but Oscar was already completely fired up. To him, those scary threats did not sound serious at all. The old man warned him that he was taking this whole situation way too lightly. They will bury us under a mountain of lawsuits, and in the middle of the night they will probably try to assassinate us, but Oscar is not worried. If he lets fear run his life, he is just making up cheap excuses. A true mage who does nothing is no mage at all, and that cowardice is way scarier than any threat from the Yellow Tower. If he hides, he will never escape his current miserable life. Everything will just stay stagnant. Refusing to become a hollow shell, he remembers the White Tower fell from grace because they surrendered the market to the Blues and military contracts to the Reds. That is why they are currently walking on eggshells around the Yellow Tower. But Oscar knows this breakthrough is the key to bringing their tower back to glory. It is time to rise. This fierce determination makes him feel completely invincible. Schwain Co. listens in total silence. Honestly, the vibe is a little funny. It feels like Oscar just hogged all the cool main character dialogue for himself. The elder is stunned. Where has this brilliant kid been hiding all this time? He reaches out, they shake hands, and their legendary partnership officially begins. The very next day, the real grind begins in full swing. They immediately start testing their complex equations, but reducing the spell output messes with the stability, meaning the final results will turn out much worse. However, to launch an actual airship, safety and stability must come first. Days fly by as the magic theorists calculate the absolute perfect formula. Tweaking this spell is incredibly tough. One mistake ruins the entire chain. A single bad adjustment breaks everything. Even more days pass in a blur. The spell is finally looking pretty stable, but they keep working to perfect it. They push themselves to the absolute limit, constantly skipping meals just to focus. Eventually, a starving Oscar decides to head down to the cafeteria for food. Suddenly, the entire tower goes pitch black. The power grid has completely failed. These annoying power issues are pretty common now. Time for a quick break. They rest for a bit, then dive right back in for several more days. Working day and night, Elder Schwain Co. looks over their progress and smiles. He admits that he never would have finished this research without Oscar's help. Oscar humbly replies with complete confidence that the elder would have succeeded alone. Honestly, even Oscar did not think they would make this much progress. He never expected they would actually get this close to revealing the airship. The elder insists he had his own doubts about finishing the spell so fast. Perfecting such complex magic in record time seemed like an impossible dream. But now he is absolutely certain they will reach the finish line, right then. The lights begin to flicker again, yet the darkness does not bother them. Because in this pitch-black room, their combined magic glows brighter than ever. Things actually seem to be looking up, but then a sudden announcement blared. Mage Oscar Cruz had to report immediately to the Deputy Tower Master's office. Schwain Co. urged him to go, promising him that it was Oscar's turn to show off something truly impressive. Inside, the Deputy Master got straight to the point. Everyone had already noticed the frequent power outages happening around the tower. They were practically a daily problem now. Hamel believed that this mana supply was getting blocked, meaning the power station needed a thorough cleaning. Naturally, he meant clearing out pesky slimes. Oscar promised to handle it. The deputy admitted they had been quite short-handed lately, so no one had kept up with the maintenance. A massive pile of slime must have built up. Oscar was certain that clearing the station would completely stop the outages. Hamill arranged for him to meet Veronica at the tower entrance the following morning, but Oscar simply could not understand why. He needed Veronica Fricks. Did cleaning up slime really require a fourth-level mage? Apparently, rookies were required to pair up with more experienced partners, and Miss Veronica had been looking exceptionally stressed lately, the deputy master hoped working together would help inspire them both. Oscar agreed to carry out the task without complaining, though he suspected it was just some convenient excuse, and let me tell you, their meeting did not start well. She immediately bombarded him with angry questions about why he was late. A polite morning greeting would have made more sense, especially since Oscar had actually arrived early, but Veronica just snapped rudely, telling him to shut up and get in. He sat in complete silence. Totally clueless, why was she acting so incredibly hostile toward him? She quickly made it clear they were not in a classroom, which meant she was the designated leader for this mission. Even if Oscar had the theoretical knowledge, she possessed far more real-world experience. Basically, she wanted to make sure he did not lecture her outside of class. With the boundaries clearly set and all confusion cleared up, they rode together in the carriage in complete, peaceful silence. Still, Oscar could not help but notice how exhausted she looked. She likely had not slept at all. Veronica sharply snapped that if he noticed that he should have let her sleep in peace. Oscar asked what was keeping her awake, offering to find a solution for her problem. Maybe he actually could solve her problem, but she was clearly struggling to keep her temper in check, but her glare spoke absolute volumes. Oscar remained totally unbothered, quite enjoying her fierce look. She truly possessed outstanding talent, and he had always wanted to see her abilities firsthand, since they were heavily praised in the official records. She could improve. Oscar believed she just needed to speak her mind. Veronica ignored the obvious provocation, but she quietly knew his very existence was the reason she had been struggling to sleep. She desperately wanted to master the forceful wind technique like Elder Maxims, but she could not even mimic it. That failure left her utterly frustrated. Sleep was impossible, and Veronica could not bring herself to confess. She wanted Oscar's advice, but instead just kept watching him with deep suspicion. Oscar reasoned that she had done great so far, but recently hit a wall. It was likely because of the latest lecture about the true nature of mana. After a brief pause, Veronica admitted she really wanted to create a powerful wind. She wanted a gust like Elder Maxims, but just could not manage it. Oscar pointed out that style did not suit her, but she kept insisting. She argued her training was specifically meant to make her wind magic much stronger. Sure, she thought she knew best, but Oscar could see things more clearly. He asked her to guess what kind of wind magic would suit him best. Veronica thought it should be a bold, wild gust, but Oscar disagreed completely. He claimed his own wind was actually warm and cozy, which seemed hard to believe. Even Oscar found it strange, since he never considered himself a gentle person. Veronica wanted a fierce gale, but the nature of mana works quite differently. It does not care what a mage wants, they must find what truly fits them. Finding that connection was the real struggle, and things were getting complicated. She wondered what suited her, still thinking Oscar's wind should be fierce. There was no way a guy like him had a warm, cozy breeze. Just then the coachman announced their arrival, and they finally stepped outside. They stepped near the station, and Oscar looked around with growing disgust. Any doubts about the terrible local electricity were instantly gone. One look at the massive piles of slime made the power failures make sense. The place was so neglected and filthy that constant blackouts were inevitable. Veronica immediately activated her wind magic, tearing into the thick slime. Violent air currents flattened the ooze and ripped it right off the walls. She cast spells with incredible speed, blending her magic together. Oscar now understood why her records were filled with such glowing praise. Even seasoned mages could not match her rapid-fire casting speed. With proper training, she could rival Mazir, the legendary master spellcaster. Mazir once ruled the White Tower, keeping high demons back with endless spells. If Veronica's talent keeps developing, she will become invaluable to the tower. Veronica called Oscar over, telling him she did not come here to clean alone. She then pointed out the absolute best way to dissolve the gross slime. She insisted they clear the outer walls of the station first. But as soon as Oscar blasted a path through the gunk, he slipped inside. Thick, disgusting layers of slime were sliding along the floor right before him. Veronica grumbled, still wanting to clean up the outside first. But Oscar ignored her complaints as he noticed something incredibly bizarre. Every single piece of slime in the station was slithering in one direction. They were rushing toward the exit as if desperate to escape the building. It almost looked like the mindless creatures possessed some sort of intelligence. But they were brainless, relying purely on their basic survival instincts. Sensing this, Veronica instantly guessed exactly what was on Oscar's mind. A terrifying monster had to be nesting somewhere deep inside the station. Oscar nodded, suggesting they move fast to find out what was waiting for them. Clearing the station quickly was their priority. Once the slime was gone, the mages discovered something highly unusual inside. The glowing sphere resembled a ball of crackling lightning, but Oscar immediately realized this was actually the cocoon of a rare white silkworm. Scholars also knew it as the celestial silkworm. Unlike normal insects feeding on mulberry leaves, this magical creature devoured pure mana. That explains exactly why the celestial beast had crawled inside this power station. An incredible amount of energy gathered here, and worst of all, once its transformation ended, a terrifying monster would hatch from that shell. It turned out the slimes never caused these blackouts, they just had to kill the developing silkworm immediately, but they had two pieces of news, good and bad. Locked inside its frozen state, the hibernating creature posed no immediate danger. If they could just summon Elder Maxim, he would destroy it in seconds. But a hatched celestial moth was incredibly ravenous, devouring everything alive. That was the nightmare they faced, yet Veronica barely saw the issue. She insisted on calling Maxim right away before the butterfly could hatch. But Oscar knew better, seeing how frantically the slimes tried to escape. The giant silkworm was already finishing its terrifying transformation. In fact, the outer threads of the cocoon were already snapping apart. Oscar barked orders to prepare for combat. Veronica completely froze in terror. The emerging beast was absolutely massive. She naively hoped these moths could not fly. Oscar quickly corrected her. Normal ones might stay grounded. But this magical monster certainly could. The massive insect was truly gigantic. Terrified, Veronica squeezed her eyes shut, begging him to flee, but Oscar refused. If they ran, the monster would fly straight toward the nearest town. Slaughtering innocent people, they had to end this threat right here and now. Veronica could not even bring herself to look at the hovering nightmare. Realizing she was paralyzed with fear, Oscar told her to stand back. Technically, Veronica was a level 4 mage whose entire job was protecting him. Instead, the young boy activated a messaging spell. He prayed that their driver was still waiting outside. Once the driver got the alert, he could summon backup. Instantly, Oscar's magical thoughts took the shape of a glowing paper airplane darting toward the carriage. Suddenly, Veronica snapped. Forgetting her fear, she raised her hands to cast a powerful spell. This overgrown pest was driving her absolutely insane, unleashing a crushing wind blast. She struck the moth, making it squeal in pain. Immediately after, she conjured a wind palm strike boosted by rapid air jets, launching herself straight toward the vile monster, but right before she could connect, Oscar snatched her clothes and violently yanked her back from the insect. Instead of attacking directly, the boy unleashed a very gentle breeze. That seemingly weak wind actually saved them from a horrifying hidden danger. The invisible pollen shed by the moth instantly corroded everything. Had Veronica rushed in, she would have dissolved within seconds. The cunning beast had purposely laid a deadly trap for them. This bug possessed a terrifying level of strategic intelligence. Realizing she barely escaped with her life, Veronica stared at Oscar in awe. Oscar explained that he simply focused his mana straight into his eyes. That let him track every single speck of pollen floating in the air. To normal people, it sounded like pure, unadulterated madness. But mages could do it. Oscar yelled to raise a wind shield. They barely got the barrier up before the giant butterfly lunged at them. The attack failed, but Oscar knew they were in deep trouble. He blocked the monster once, but it cost over half his mana. There was only enough energy left for one last, desperate strike. The white silkworm needed 5 minutes to recharge. They had to move now. Meanwhile, Veronica slumped on the cold floor, her legs completely frozen. She gasped, a bloody gash tore across her thigh. The energy beam had sliced right through their shield, clipping her. Trapped and bleeding, she could not move. "Leave me," she gritted out. "I will buy you some time." She absolutely refused to let Oscar die right beside her like a useless dog. But looking at her, Oscar saw the very air around her trembling. She was terrified. Oscar placed his hand right on her head. Instantly, the shaking stopped. He looked into her eyes to calm her. "Do not worry," he whispered. "I am not leaving you behind." She tried to argue that she was fine, but Oscar ignored her entirely. "A mage of the White Tower never abandons a comrade," he declared. But with only a third of his mana remaining, time was running out. Deciding to end this in one shot, Oscar charged the massive beast. He left Veronica in the corner, triggering his ultimate speed boost. Closing the gap instantly, he charged. Completely insane. What is a level 2 mage thinking? Her eyes swelled with panic. Why did he not just run away? If he dies here like a fool, the White Tower is finished. And if he survives, she will personally bury him and dig him up again. Just to kill him twice. Meanwhile, Oscar blasted forward with his wind palm. He smiled, glad he brought a little secret weapon for the job. Getting as close as possible to the monster, he drew a familiar object. It was the Trinity pistol he snatched from those street gangsters. Aiming the cold barrel at the creature's head, Oscar fired. The blast was devastating, tearing massive holes through the giant wings. A quick scan confirmed a direct hit, severely shattering the beast's shoulders. But wait, you did not think it would be that easy, did you? Then a cold realization hit Oscar. His efforts were completely useless. The white silkworm was already fully charged and ready to fire again. But instead of blasting them, the monster flapped its massive wings. It was trying to fly right out of the underground station. The beast had planned this escape from the very start. He had to stop it, but his mana was completely dry. Just then he spotted a thick strand of leftover silk thread. Without hesitating, Oscar activated his wind palm to seize his chance. He lunged after the drifting thread, trying to catch it. At the very last moment, he managed to grab hold. Just like that, Oscar was flying right behind the giant white silkworm. The hole above him was way too small, preventing the beast from escaping, so it simply started circling the station. Clinging tightly to the thread, Oscar was dragged along. Every wild twist and turn sent intense nausea washing over the young mage. He had never done crazy aerial stunts like this before. Rising high into the sky, the silkworm opened its hideous maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp fangs. At this rate, Oscar had no choice but to let go of his only lifeline. Yet he did not panic, realizing this was actually his best opportunity. Dropping the thread finally freed up his hand for a much more important action. With both hands free, Oscar swiftly reloaded his sidearm to strike back. The Trinity pistol was an absolute beast of a weapon, especially when aimed straight down the throat of an oversized monster. Victory was within grasp. A devastating, high-powered blast erupted from the barrel, and the giant white silkworm's head was instantly blown to pieces, but now Oscar was free-falling. Plummeting from the sky, he managed to scream to Veronica that his mana was completely gone. He was completely out of juice, and now his life was entirely in her hands. Hearing his desperate shout, she quickly reacted, casting her air cushion and wind palm. With the magic deployed, Oscar floated down, landing gently on the soft air buffers. He bounced safely down to the solid ground. Immediately, a worried Veronica crawled over to check if he was still breathing. The young mage lay there motionless. His eyes were shut tight. At that moment, she would have given anything just to see him wake up. After a tense silence, his eyelids fluttered open, looking completely dazed. He stared at her, totally lost, but she did not let him stay confused for long. A small but surprisingly solid fist planted itself right onto his nose for scaring her. Before the poor guy could even explain himself, Elder Maxim stepped into view. The old man delivered some painful news. Oscar had dislocated both of his shoulders. It was a brutal side effect from the massive recoil of that Trinity pistol. And getting punched by his partner certainly did not make him feel any better. Talk about kicking a man while he is down. By the next morning, the entire White Tower was abuzz with excitement. The front page news featured the heroic actions of our two young mages. Currently, both were recovering in the ward. Veronica's leg injury was bound up, forcing her to rely on a crutch, while Oscar was strictly confined to bed rest. The press hailed them as the saviors of the tower, credit given for slaying the colossal celestial silkworm. Yet Oscar was not a fan of the sudden spotlight. Veronica, however, saw the opportunity. This public renown could easily secure them massive research grants, but he disagreed. He simply wanted to protect those close to him. He was not chasing money. She rolled her eyes, knowing he possessed a secret, highly ambitious streak anyway. Their conversation was cut short as the clinic door burst open with a bang. In stepped a frantic Frank, looking incredibly stressed out and out of breath. He had only just finished a brutal month of isolated training when he heard. He practically sprinted across the tower complex to check on his older friend and teacher. Oscar smiled weakly, keeping a close eye on his junior disciple to inspect him. He wanted to see exactly how much progress Frank had made during his seclusion. Protégé, the boy's gaze had grown way sharper, proving he could now be called a full-fledged fourth circle mage. France was shocked to see Veronica. Frick standing right there in the room. She was the last person he expected. She was not thrilled either, thinking he should keep his distance and show some proper respect. France was totally convinced they were friends, but Veronica shut that down fast. He had blabbed to everyone they knew each other, and now her daily life had turned into a total living nightmare. He tried to explain he meant no harm since she never warned him to keep quiet, but she snapped that arguing was a complete waste of time. Then her expression instantly shifted as she turned her piercing gaze directly onto Oscar, and honestly, even the coolest guy would sweat under that intense glare. Oscar immediately felt out of his depth. This was worse than facing that white silkworm the previous day. She studied him, trying to figure out if Oscar was more than a mere friend to France, but quickly shrugged it off. Right then, the hospital ward door swung wide open, and Elder Maxim stepped in. He greeted them and announced that the deputy head wanted to see both Veronica and France in his office. France had to display his training results, while Veronica was set to receive a grand reward for her recent achievement. So it would be best to leave any petty bickering outside the door. Heading to the tower head together made perfect sense, but a limping Veronica still tried her absolute best to ditch France along the way. Now left alone, Maxim asked Oscar how he was feeling, getting a solid nod. He was pleased. The elder then slid a small box forward, saying he could finally hand over this special prize. Oscar opened it, revealing the gleaming core of a celestial silkworm. Maxim added that the beast silk was also his to keep. Oscar was stunned. The core of such a legendary creature was priceless, with even the smallest speck worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Talk about an absolute jackpot. But the High Master of the White Tower and all the elders agreed that Oscar earned this fair and square. They had even asked Veronica, and she readily admitted she barely did anything in the battle, so the prize should go straight to Oscar. It was only right. Hearing this, Oscar happily accepted the rare treasure, declaring he would not sell it but consume it immediately. The celestial silkworm he took down the day before had just evolved, meaning it probably had very little mana left. But still, the core of a celestial silkworm possesses outstanding regenerative powers. The young man tossed the shining core straight into his mouth. Maxim promised to stay right beside him to closely monitor his condition. Right away, strange shifts began rippling through the young man's body. Oscar focused, breathing slow to prevent the massive surge from spiraling out of control. Wild, pure magic flooded every vein, rapidly boosting his physical and mental capacity. Maxim watched the transformation closely, knowing the boy had only ever taken that underground elixir before. Now, this breakthrough was proceeding with unbelievable smoothness. The boy was simply a born genius. It was deep into the dead of night when Oscar finally came back to his senses, feeling absolutely incredible, refreshed, and totally reborn. It was incredible. His shoulders were completely healed, and Oscar thanked the elder for staying by him. Maxim congratulated Oscar on reaching the third level before heading off, mentioning that he needed to get some rest. But Oscar felt absolutely fantastic and had no desire to sleep at all. Unwilling to waste a single second, he decided to tinker with his Trinity pistol. He wanted to design a custom spell to protect his shoulders from recoil. Meanwhile, over at the Mana station that had just been cleared recently, Veronica and Oscar were walking through the area alongside a local guard. The sentry stepped outside the room as soon as he heard approaching footsteps. He warned them that the entire sector was strictly off-limits for now. The mysterious newcomer introduced himself as a bureau agent named Nebula Graham. He explained that he belonged to the elite Special Royal Investigation Bureau. The white mage inspected the card, wondering why such a high department cared. Graham calmly explained that he had received direct orders to investigate everything. Finding a celestial silkworm cocoon so close to the city was incredibly rare. Because of this rare threat, the investigator hoped the mages would fully cooperate. Since it was an official royal decree, they really had no other choice. Without losing any time, Graham immediately began analyzing the residual magic traces. He focused his senses to read the lingering energies left behind. He meticulously scanned the battle marks left behind by the spellcasters. From the residual mana, he determined one fighter was a second-level mage. The second mage was registered as a fourth-level magic user. According to the reports, those two somehow managed to take down the beast. The tower representative confirmed they only came here to clear out some slime. Running into a legendary silkworm instead was a shock even for an expert. They walked deeper inside to inspect the exact location of the clash. The local mage pointed out where the silkworm cocoon had been transforming. This was the epicenter where the ultimate evolution took place. Thick pools of residual energy on the ground completely backed up his story. Graham traced the spell patterns and noticed the first mage moved incredibly fast. However, panic clearly set in, causing her to stumble and take a hit. Physical traces suggested she was left completely pinned down on the ground. He tried to piece together who actually delivered the final lethal blow. Instead of clear footsteps, Graham only found highly chaotic, blurred trajectories of motion. The sheer speed of the battle left almost no identifiable footprints. Yet what really puzzled Graham was how spotless the area seemed. It was rare to see a high-tier combat zone left so completely pristine. Honestly, the level of control here was just on another level. Then his eyes caught the metallic glint of spent shell casings nearby. This fighter was utilizing specialized firearms designed to channel high-level magic. Oddly enough, the caster's magical trace completely vanished right at this spot. The investigator initially feared the young combatant had met a tragic end. Suddenly, he spotted the residual path shooting straight up into the air. The absolute madman had launched himself upward to chase the flying monster. An unbelievable feat for someone who was supposedly just a fourth-level mage. He asked for the fourth-level mage's name, and the guy replied it was Veronica Fricks. Hearing about Veronica, Fricks left the expert deeply impressed. She had defeated the celestial silkworm alone, hinting at a bright future. But the White Tower mage corrected him on the spot, explaining that the man was completely mistaken because the celestial silkworm was actually taken down by a second-level mage named Oscar Cruz. Nebula Graham stood completely frozen. Never in his career had he witnessed such a miracle. He stared at Oscar's traces, absolutely stunned. He could not believe a second-level mage did this. It was mind-blowing. The expert was speechless. Wait, that name, Oscar Cruz, sounded incredibly familiar. Racking his brain, he suddenly remembered the life-saving vaccine for the cat and flu that this genius had developed. The newspapers even featured photos of the young man being thanked by the Archbishop for saving all of humanity. Graham quickly asked if this was truly the same Oscar who made the flu vaccine. The reply was a definite yes, though the young man warned Oscar had a terrible temper, but his raw magical abilities were completely undeniable. The expert examined the bullet casing once more and realized exactly why it looked familiar. It belonged to Jack the Shooter's personal firearm, which puzzled the expert even more. How could a simple second-level mage handle such a devastating weapon, since the recoil from firing the Trinity gun was legendary? The expert figured Oscar must have insane physical strength. He instantly wanted to learn everything possible about this incredible mage. Meanwhile, Oscar Cruz was poring over a book, looking highly annoyed. He could not understand why every single book here was in such awful condition. In fact, this library looked like a complete joke. Honestly, this place looked more like a rundown bookstore than a grand magical archive. In his opinion, this ancient archive should easily preserve hundreds of years of magical secrets, fully packed with nothing but priceless ancient texts. That was how libraries used to look back in his days as Oscar Sage, but now it looked like a sad study hall for young kids at some academy. There is a saying that even the brightest flower does not bloom forever. Who could have guessed that this history would completely vanish from the face of the earth one day? Oscar never imagined that his own actions would cause such an ultimate collapse. However, now he had a plan. Long before confronting the high priest years ago, Oscar Sage had actually made perfect copies of every single book. Once that massive task was done, he entrusted them all to the green dragon named Edna. For safekeeping, Edna promised to protect them always. But now her whereabouts were unknown. Apparently, she vanished 20 years ago. Maybe something bad happened, but Oscar knew she was fiercely responsible. She always kept her word, since there was nobody left to ask about. Edna, he decided to investigate and track her down himself. It was time to bring back the advanced magic that would let the tower mages surpass their limits. Thankfully, their financial troubles were mostly resolved by the potions department, leaving Oscar with nothing to do for the time being. He called out to the librarian, saying he needed help finding a specific text, specifically books about dragons published in recent years. The librarian smiled, saying she would gladly help Oscar search for the records he needed. She confidently led the young mage deep into the dusty bookshelves. Oscar noticed that despite tight budgets, the leaders spared no expense on knowledge. They soon approached a massive bookshelf, stopping right in front of it. The librarian pulled down 3 specific volumes she thought would be perfect. She handed them over, claiming this was exactly what he was looking for. But Oscar immediately realized these were not serious historical records at all. No chance, these were nothing more than childish fairy tales. Right then, she excitedly pointed out one particularly popular storybook. It was called The Brave Wizard and the Cowardly Lizards, starring Oscar Sage. The plot claimed dragons fled in terror from the high priest's spells. While Oscar Sage stood his ground alone, it was a thrilling, dramatic legend. But Oscar wanted real facts. He did not care about fairy tales. The librarian sighed, admitting they probably had nothing of the sort here. She suggested he try the massive library in the capital instead. Oscar remembered when dragon research used to fill literally every single bookshelf. Then the girl mentioned a dragon who fought beside humans until the very end. She was talking about Edna, the close companion of Oscar Sage himself. The girl assumed Edna had eventually abandoned humanity alongside the rest of her kind. But Oscar knew better. That was absolutely not the case here. She was the only dragon recorded as turning against her own kin. The very sky would have to shatter first. She would never abandon humanity. Still, he clearly needed a completely new strategy to track her down. Later, during the elders' meeting, Fidelina announced some incredible news. She had successfully allocated enough funds for their upcoming outside missions. This was a miracle, considering they were just talking about selling equipment. The vice head insisted they must plan ahead to avoid such desperate times. The White Tower could never fall into this kind of financial ruin again. Lately, rival towers had been trying to recruit their young, powerful mages. Yet despite the tempting offers, those mages remained fiercely loyal. Hamel wanted to reward them, but without high-level spells, nothing would change. The magic was gone. They would remain stuck in this helpless loop. Sure, the elders should have studied much harder when they were younger. But now it was obvious that only a single genius could master high-level magic. Only the Grand Tower Head held the keys to those legendary, advanced arts. In fact, only 6 active high-level spells remained when Sasha Mace first took charge. Just 20 years ago, the White Tower possessed 64 distinct types of magic. Can you imagine losing all that? Each one was a perfect, flawless masterpiece. Hamel then asked the elders if the legendary Captain Chester was finally returning. Elder Maxim shook his head, saying Chester refused to return without finishing his mission. If the captain were here, they would have countless top-tier spells available. But unfortunately, they had to admit the current mages were completely helpless. They were helpless. The current mages simply lacked the power to fix this. Fidelina advised taking it slow, but a brand new threat was already brewing. Whispers were spreading fast through the cold north about a highly mysterious mage. The killer, Fidelina, suggested a curfew, which Elder Maxim received with uneasy hesitation. Something was clearly eating at him, and then the truth finally came out. Oscar was planning a trip to Baron, and he had likely already left. This made Fidelina panic, demanding they bring the young mage back to the tower. But Oscar had left for Baron that morning, putting him far out of reach. He was far from Siren now. The deputy head demanded immediate action. They had to contact the White Tower branch in Bonn to secure the boy. They had to bring Oscar back the moment they found him. Maxim quickly stood. No matter how talented Oscar was, he was still just a level 3 mage. He was still a mage needing protection. Meanwhile, Oscar arrived in Bonn. He arrived in Bonn by taxi, greeted by a barrage of neon-lit streets. 30 years ago, this place was a slum. Now, it was a bustling city. Casino tycoons bought the land and built it up. Oscar looked on in wonder. But he was here on business and felt completely overwhelmed by the changes. The drastic transformation left him disoriented. Then, a voice called out to him. A stranger spoke from the shadows of a doorway, catching him off guard. The mysterious figure claimed he had been waiting a long time to meet him. This stranger recognized Oscar and announced that someone wanted to see the young mage. Oscar immediately suspected the Blue Tower was behind this, seeking desperate revenge. He had only just left Siren, and they already had an assassin waiting. The stranger warned him not to fight unless he wanted to be dragged away. Oscar weighed his options and calmly agreed he had no real choice. But in the very next instant, the stranger lunged forward to attack. The young mage reacted instantly, raising a defensive wind shield with both hands. This was his first real battle since leveling up, and he felt ready. His new shield worked brilliantly, blocking the attacker's heavy strike head-on. The barrier featured enhanced durability and shock absorption, holding up nicely. Though the barrier shattered, Oscar was safe. He kicked a tin can forward. It struck the enemy, triggering a sudden, incredibly powerful magical explosion. The attacker sat dazed in the dirt, completely unable to fight back. Oscar lunged forward, grabbed the man by his collar, and hoisted him up. With a burst of strength, he slammed the attacker hard onto the pavement. The man lay there coughing, but he was far from defeated. Slowly but surely, the stubborn attacker began to push himself back up. Standing tall, he admitted that the young mage was indeed incredibly strong. Now he was getting serious. Oscar hoped this was just a bluff. But his hopes shattered as the stranger charged with terrifying, blinding speed. Oscar thought he used physical enhancement magic, but the truth was different. He was actually wearing a hidden jetpack, driving his insane momentum forward. The speed was unreal, but Oscar was glad he could still react in time. Suddenly, the enemy accelerated one last time, throwing a brutal, high-speed kick. His heavy boot caught Oscar square in the chest with massive force. Oscar flew backward across the street, slamming hard into a concrete wall. As he lay there gasping for air, his relentless opponent slowly approached. The man smiled, genuinely impressed that a low-level mage could survive that. The mage should have been knocked out, but Oscar said it did not even hurt. The stranger warned that his very next strike would decide the entire battle. Right after, the man started gathering massive energy to pull off his final move. Oscar quickly scrambled to his feet to defend himself, knowing his eyes could not keep up. The opponent was just too fast, but Oscar had no intention of giving up yet. He focused entirely on tracking the flow of mana he had felt earlier. This allowed him to predict exactly where the attacker would strike next. He was preparing to unleash a secret martial arts style called the Sound of Waves. As the enemy leaped overhead, a strange sound suddenly echoed through the air. It sounded just like crashing waves, which was incredibly bizarre for a city street. Oscar was behaving weirdly as well, waving his arms around for no apparent reason. Honestly, looking at him, you would think the guy was just throwing in the towel. The stranger felt it was a shame to kill him, but business was business. He had a job to do, but things quickly went entirely off script. Sudden, agonizing pain ripped through the attacker, and blood began spraying from his body. The crazy part is, Oscar had not even laid a single finger on him. The stranger crashed hard into a nearby dumpster, feeling utterly broken and flattened. Oscar warned him not to move, noting his internal organs were likely ruptured. Gasping, the defeated young man asked what kind of magic Oscar had just used. It was actually a resonance spell, sending a powerful shockwave directly toward him. The wave targets the exact frequency of the victim's internal vibrations. When things vibrate at the same frequency, they shake with absolute, devastating force. The air wave penetrates deep inside, completely tearing up the body from within. Back in the land of Yang, they call this striking the bull through the mountain. The stranger admitted he did not understand any of that complicated magic theory. But he was genuinely shocked by how absurdly strong Oscar had become. Confused, Oscar asked if they had actually crossed paths and fought before. In fact, they had fought multiple times, mostly sparring at the training grounds. They used to run into each other constantly back at the White Tower. Oscar prepared to walk away, but first he wanted to know who had ordered this hunt. The client turned out to be Hamel, the deputy head of the White Tower. Oscar was completely stunned, wondering why the leadership wanted him back so badly. The stranger explained he was sent to retrieve Oscar due to a dangerous killer. This assassin was actively targeting and murdering mages within the city of Bonn. Obviously, leading with that critical detail would have saved them both a lot of trouble. Now Oscar just felt incredibly guilty for beating up a messenger. He asked why the guy resorted to violence instead of just talking to him. Apparently, the stranger was just following strict orders from the deputy head. Seriously, talk about an absolute and massive failure in basic human communication. Why do people always choose violence over a simple, friendly conversation? Oscar leaned in closer, staring intently at the bruised face of his opponent. There was something highly familiar about the way this young man spoke. When asked his name, the boy proudly revealed himself as Killian Lockwood, Forest Warrior. Oscar recognized the surname instantly, but he could not believe his ears. He quickly asked the battered warrior if he was related to Raydon Lockwood. Discovered that this was the young man's father, Oscar suddenly remembered him. That name belonged to his close friend and old comrade, Raydon Lockwood. He was an 8th-level mage from the Forest tribe, as well as one of their finest martial artists. They called Oscar's closest companion the White Lion. When that warrior first arrived at the White Tower, his social skills were completely non-existent, just like his son's. In other words, Oscar had just beaten his best friend's son half to death. Talk about awkward. He dragged the poor guy out of the trash and sat there looking miserable. You would think he was the one who got beaten up. Killian stared. He wondered why, since he was the one with severe internal injuries. But Oscar had his own secret regrets. He asked about the young man's pain. Killian admitted it hurt like hell, but for a tough forest warrior, this was nothing. The actual problem lay elsewhere. He had a mission. But in his current battered state, there was no way he could do it. Oscar asked what the issue was, and Killian explained he must return to Siren. If he failed the job, he would have to pay a massive fine. Oscar felt a heavy wave of guilt. He had to help his friend's son avoid ruin. The battered young man pointed ahead, pointing out his next assignment. On the building next door, a huge billboard featured a photograph of a beautiful girl named Voice of Heaven. Killian was supposed to protect her, a superstar needing a personal guard. She was currently staying at the primary hotel in the city of Bonn. So Oscar arrived at the address and introduced himself as Killian. He stated that he came from the White Magic Tower. A young woman opened the door. She was the manager, Evelyn. The woman looked closely at the new guard, noting that he looked slightly different in person, though it was probably just the formal suit. Evelyn led the bodyguard inside too. The superstar, the famous beauty, was relaxing on the sofa, reading a book. She slowly turned to look at her defender, and Oscar was absolutely stunned by her breathtaking beauty. He stood there completely speechless. The gorgeous superstar smiled warmly and introduced herself as Maria Marine. She was genuinely glad to meet him. Of course, Oscar wished he could have appeared before this incredible beauty in his actual form, but just minutes ago he had accidentally beaten the real Killian Lockwood half to death. Now, the poor young man might lose both his health and his job. Yet, that was not even the worst of it. Killian would lose his entire reputation if he failed this assignment. What could be worse for a guard? For a proud man always willing to sacrifice himself for others. Looking into those lovely eyes made Oscar want to defend her desperately. He would protect her just as fiercely as Lockwood would have. Oscar introduced himself, claiming to be a 4th-level mage named Killian Lockwood. Evelyn offered to bring some tea, but he politely declined. Maria thanked the bodyguard for accepting the contract without asking questions. She had heard that Lockwood possessed an incredibly high success rate. He would be highly resourceful, taking his protective duties very seriously. Lockwood's info showed the singer became incredibly famous years back thanks to her unique voice, earning her a classic nickname, the Singing Saint. Oscar figured she had earned that heavy title incredibly fast. Still, there was no denying her voice was stunning. Now Marin wanted to know, was her bodyguard actually dependable? Oscar confirmed he was. Forest warriors are known for being loyal. Fiercely loyal, in fact. His words made the singer very happy. To her, responsibility was the absolute coolest trait a person could have. Oscar, however, found these random, empty questions pretty weird. Just then, an assistant arrived carrying some hot tea and water. Evelyn sat down on the sofa to explain the mission details. With a dead serious look, she asked him to protect Marin. Specifically, they feared an assassination plot. Hearing this, Oscar froze. Lately, Marin had been getting non-stop threats demanding she cancel her big concert at the stadium in Bonn, since she ignored them. Things got scary. Violent letters began arriving, and they knew who was sending them. It was written by a bitter rival who debuted a few years before Marin, a singer named Arrow. Oscar was confused. Why had none of this made the papers? The manager admitted that would have made things a lot easier, but the situation was pretty complicated. A few months back, the mayor of Bonn was murdered in his own home, and Arrow was the only daughter of the leading candidate running to become the next mayor. It was highly likely her powerful father bought out every media outlet in town. Because the press stayed silent, Marin had no way to speak out. It also meant she could not get protection from the city authorities. It made perfect sense, a powerful family silencing all competition. Still, Oscar did not get why a pop star would bother someone as incredibly powerful as the incoming mayor. Sure, canceling the gig would directly benefit Arrow, but something else bothered him much more. The concert was to take place at the famous Baron Stadium. Oscar could not understand why this specific venue was such a big deal. But get this, the truth was actually hilarious and pretty simple. Playing there earned artists the right to perform for the Emperor on New Year. But to even stand on that stage, they had to pass brutal tests. Each year, only a very tiny handful of elite performers ever made the cut. It was the ultimate opportunity, a massive career turning point for Marin. Oscar finally understood the situation. He asked how many other mercenary guards had been hired to back him up. He needed that key information to draft a proper security plan. But as it turned out, only Killian Lockwood accepted the job. No other mercenaries dared to touch it. Oscar needed some water. He knew the future mayor would hire highly elite, deadly assassins. How on earth was Oscar supposed to keep her safe alone? He honestly could not imagine handling such an impossible mission without backup. Oscar immediately asked, quite frankly, what the penalty would be for refusing the job. He suggested that the singer forget she had ever even hired a bodyguard. Oscar felt these ridiculous conditions were just too overwhelming, even for him. Cancel the concert. That was the only way to keep everyone safe. He wanted her to have peace of mind, but her voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. She asked what would happen to her now. Did he really want her to cancel? Especially since protecting her had been his sole focus for the last 3 years. Oscar remembered why he took the job in the first place. He needed those million coins. Suddenly, it made perfect sense why Lockwood was so incredibly worried. Right then, the singer flew into a rage because her bodyguard sounded so irresponsible. She screamed that she did not want to see this cowardly liar ever again. Oscar tried to calm her down. No chance, she was absolutely furious. She demanded to know why she should remain calm under these circumstances. Then Oscar noticed the artist had pulled off her wig, changing her entire look. But wait, her face looked incredibly familiar, and then it hit him. He was looking at a real mermaid, a race usually only mentioned in old fairy tales. Legends said these beautiful creatures possessed incredibly enchanting voices. Instead of legs, they had tails, but modern mermaids were a bit different. They could actually transform their tails into human legs at will. Marin realized he knew. She was busted, and now she was even angrier. She snapped had he seriously never seen a mermaid before in his life. They were common near rural waters, but right here in the room stood a bathtub. That explained exactly how she managed to survive in the middle of the city. The manager quickly stepped in, explaining that Marin was actually only half mermaid. Because of this, she could keep her human form longer without craving the ocean. One of her parents was human, which explained her unique nature. Mermaids often married other races, but living away from the sea came with risks. Many of them fell deeply ill with a severe, magical homesickness. Eventually, they would waste away, leaving their half-blood children entirely on their own. Oscar kept staring. She snapped. Everything with her was perfectly fine. She snapped that both of her parents were actually alive and doing well. Even so, Oscar still decided to refuse the job because he could not guarantee her safety. Not to mention, the massive crowd of concert-goers could get seriously hurt. Marin told him not to worry about the audience for a very simple reason. Every single seat in the entire hall was equipped with a protective magic artifact. Talk about dedication. She was ready to die before canceling this concert. Performing on that stage was her absolute dream and her ultimate goal in life. For years, she had quietly faced harsh discrimination with absolutely nobody on her side. She endured the pain, pretending to be a naive little fool to hide her pain. But there was a secret. 4 years ago, her father got sick. He was diagnosed with ocean longing, and doctors gave him only 5 years to live. While most believe there is no cure, a legendary potion is said to exist. That fabled elixir can heal him, and Marin is determined to get her hands on it. She needs to perform at this massive stadium, no matter the cost. Her manager added that if this concert turned out to be a massive success, the singer gets a rare chance to perform right before the emperor himself, and she might receive a single, priceless drop of the elixir. Oscar memorizes every single detail of this. Suddenly, everything clicks. This promised medicine is the exact cure for Marin's father. That is why the desperate mermaid planned this whole heist years ago. She plotted for 4 long years, knowing her voice is her only real weapon. This upcoming concert is her final hope, her absolute last chance at salvation. Oscar watches her, quietly surprised by how deeply some people value their parents. That kind of deep family devotion is something he has never experienced. He grew up completely alone, an orphan with absolutely no family. He cannot judge her. After all, Oscar is just a former street kid. Even so, a new perspective begins to take hold in his mind. If her father is anything like his own old mentor, her desperation makes sense. He wants to protect that, so Oscar suddenly asks to visit the stadium. He needs to inspect the entire layout with his own eyes immediately. Standing up, he announces they must all head over right away. Marin needs to rehearse, and he must double-check the defensive barriers. Marin is stunned. Why is her bodyguard supporting a clearly suicidal mission? Yet he stands by her side on this losing battle. Oscar looks completely focused now, showing absolute confidence in his own skills. He urges everyone to move to the venue for a quick rehearsal. Meanwhile, over at Ara's residence, enemies are waiting for a cancellation notice. Ara knows Marin is incredibly stubborn, but this is bordering on absolute madness. Talk about true bravery, she's actually going to perform. Her manager assumes she simply thinks she cannot be touched. But some highly interesting information has just come to light. A fresh surveillance report reveals a very suspicious detail. Marin was seen leaving her hotel with an unidentified man. Could he be a secret lover, a relative, or just a friend? It is unlikely to be security, since Ara blacklisted all defensive guilds. No professional protector would dare take this contract, but who is he? This mystery figure bothers Ara. She orders her assistant to investigate him. Arriving at the arena, Marin gets bombarded with endless instructions. Oscar takes command immediately, giving sharp, decisive orders. He points out exactly where she must stand during the performance. He maps out the vital areas they must secure and watch constantly. Meanwhile, Ara decides to dispatch her most dangerous enforcers to the stadium. Unaware, Oscar inspects the magical arrays placed around the arena. The defensive items are in place and working perfectly. He suggests finalizing the official paperwork right after they return. Her manager nods, confirming the contract is fully prepared. Marin is surprised he requires so little preparation. But Oscar assures her that he has everything under control. Relieved and happy, she can finally enjoy her free time. Watching her, Oscar is struck by her soft, angelic presence. He is completely unaccustomed to receiving such genuine warmth. He expressed humble gratitude, replying that he was simply doing his job. As he stepped out of the stadium, Oscar immediately sensed 2 suspicious figures nearby. They targeted her directly. Oscar did not wait for their move. He struck first, instantly firing his deadly wind bullet. In that split second, the danger was gone. Oscar decided to say nothing. He chose not to mention this to the girls, avoiding unnecessary worry. In keeping Marin calm before her concert, soon Ara stepped out of the restroom, absolutely stunned by her manager's grim report, both hired thugs she sent were already dead. She realized the singer had a real bodyguard and demanded to know how they died. According to the mercenary reports, there were no signs of a struggle. Both bodies had clean gunshot wounds to the head. Clearly, the bodyguard Oscar was quite highly capable. Ara heard this. She immediately ordered her car. Her manager was quite puzzled, knowing Ara had no other plans tonight. When asked where she was heading, Ara replied she was off to meet the singer's bodyguard to explain some highly important matters to him, and ultimately hire him for herself. Meanwhile, inside a private hotel dining room, the atmosphere was pretty warm. Marin urged her bodyguard to finally Relax and enjoy the luxury, since he had probably never seen this kind of high life before. After all, she was paying, Oscar warned her to watch her language, since bugs could easily be hidden nearby. He deactivated them as they entered, but they still needed caution. Marin was deeply shocked, realizing she had almost been caught on tape. Her manager quietly noted how comfortable the singer felt around her bodyguard. Marin had not felt this safe in a very long time. Oscar remained completely polite, praising the excellent food and thanking them warmly. Marin smiled, having heard that everyone back at the White Tower lived very poorly on cheap meals. Suddenly, a polite knock came from the door. When the restaurant manager entered, Marin immediately complimented the magnificent food. But in an instant, an unexpected voice cut in, saying it was wonderful that she enjoyed the meal. Ara Sweet stepped inside, smiling, and announced she had already covered their bill. Marin quickly countered, stating they had booked a private space and had no plans of sharing a table with anyone. However, the manager smoothly explained that Miss Ara simply wished to personally greet Marin before her upcoming big performance. The manager bowed politely, wishing them all a pleasant evening. Oscar closely observed the newcomer. Even in a foreign room, Ara carried herself with absolute confidence. Marin, completely different. She stood up, no more eating. She had lost her appetite. Ara did not stop her, but requested a private chat with her bodyguard. Marin saw right through it. Ara wanted to steal him. Oscar silently watched as a sharp argument quickly erupted between them. Ara boldly declared that he would be far better off working for her instead of Marin, offering to pay any contract penalties, plus a massive fee 10 times higher than his current rate. Marin tried to argue that her bodyguard could never be bribed, but before she finished, she suddenly fell silent, realizing 10 times her bodyguard's pay was a serious offer. Oscar claimed his rate was 1 million coins. Could Ara actually afford to hand over 10 million? But Ara confidently shot back that she would pay whatever he wanted without hesitation. Honestly, that level of financial confidence was pretty tempting, so Oscar kept playing dumb. He claimed that 1 million was just a deposit, making the true total 10 million coins. This meant she would have to pay him a staggering 100 million coins. Ara was absolutely fuming. How dare this low-life security guard treat her like a joke? He was actively teasing her. She was furious, but Oscar just laughed and called it a joke. This was no ordinary thug. Ara realized it instantly, sliding off her sunglasses. She demanded to know his name. Grinning from ear to ear, Oscar introduced himself as Killian Lockwood. Ara sneered, calling him a complete amateur, because real professionals in their line of work never share their true names. She coldly warned him that she looked forward to their next encounter. A fatal mistake. His quiet life was about to get very painful. Oscar remained completely unfazed. He smirked and admitted her threat sounded quite thrilling. But his day was exciting enough already. Angry, Ara stormed out of the room. That guard was far too arrogant for his own good. Walking down the hall, she ran straight into her manager and ordered him to call the Yudikov brothers. But heavy footsteps echoed nearby, and a calm voice told her not to bother calling them. No knight, standing right there in a waiter uniform, was Wu Jin himself. This dangerous man was the eldest of the Yudikov brothers, a top assassin. He revealed that he had been keeping a close eye on the singer for a while. Ara realized this killer was highly skilled. She asked how he even snuck into the building. Wu Jin calmly explained that sneaking inside was a total breeze for him. He did not have to slip past security because his generous client had provided him with an official pass. Ara then asked about his younger brother, Dokko. It turned out the other assassin was busy handling a few separate tasks. Elevator door closed. Ara coldly announced that their current mission had changed. Wu Jin noted they were originally hired to eliminate the singer during the concert, silencing her beautiful voice forever, but Ara had a brand new target in mind. A new target. She demanded that Marin's new bodyguard suffer an agonizing death. Wu Jin smiled, realizing this poor soul had deeply offended the city's elite princess. Wu Jin promised to sneak into the stadium disguised as technical staff. He would hide there overnight to wait for the concert to start. His brother Dokko would arrive the next day with the lighting crew. Ara didn't care about the bloody details of the hit. She only cared about results. Wu Jin felt highly impressed by her ruthless attitude. Ara believed that any arrogant idiot who dared disrespect her would pay with their life. They would learn her worth, but while this dark plan was being finalized, Meeting was going on, a gentle breeze swept through the corridor. Carried by that wind, every single word reached Oscar's ears. The mage was quite pleased that he had discreetly released his mana while talking to Ara. Of course, it was surprising that a deadly assassin like Wu Jin missed it. Still, it was strange that Wu Jin, the assassin, had missed it. There has always been an unwritten rule among mages: sleep at night. During the day, they work, but now Oscar was heading off to sleep. He needed to be in top shape for tomorrow, but Marin blocked his path. The young singer demanded to know why he refused the agency's generous offer. Oscar was insulted. Did she genuinely think he only worked for money? To Marin, a massive payday seemed like the only logical motivator, especially since the heavy fine he owed was far beyond his means. While he did need cash, Oscar had a far deeper reason. He knew she wanted to save her father, and he wanted success. Years ago, Oscar never had the chance to protect his own master. He was never given that option, leaving him to carry painful regrets. He knew how agonizing guilt could be, driving him to help her. This quiet honesty caught Marin off guard, completely shattering her cynical view. She realized she should not judge people based on first impressions alone. Thanking Oscar warmly, she headed off as everyone went to sleep. Morning arrived, and the day of the highly anticipated concert had finally begun. Excited crowds gathered around the stadium, while staff backstage scurried around frantically. Technicians, organizers, and assistants rushed to finish their preparations. However, they soon noticed that a newly hired employee was missing. That helper was actually the assassin, Wu Jin, hiding inside a restroom. He was quietly sitting in a stall, memorizing his target's photo. Realizing it was finally time to act, he struggled to stand up on numb legs. He had to go upstairs and meet up with his brother, Dokko. If the payout was not so absurdly high, he would have quit. Now he had to find his sibling, who also wore a staff disguise. They had not coordinated, so he was completely searching in the dark. He stepped out of the bathroom stall and froze in pure shock. Standing right there at the sinks was his actual target, washing up. Oscar was calmly washing his hands, staring directly into the mirror. The assassin stood paralyzed, wondering why his target was in this restroom. Wu Jin slowly backed toward the exit, his mind racing with options. A sudden dark impulse tempted him to eliminate the target right here. But then he remembered the dangerous intel regarding his target, Killian Lockwood. He decided it would be much safer to attack alongside his brother. He reached for the door, but his entire plan completely shattered right here. He froze, a cold voice spoke, pointing out the calluses on his hands. Since they are on your fingertips, you must specialize in throwing needles. Oscar casually lathered his hands, asking point blank if he was an assassin. Wu Jin panicked in silence, realizing his identity had been totally exposed. He needed to slip away quickly and find his brother immediately. Oscar noted that his silent hesitation was all the confirmation he needed. Suddenly, the bodyguard whipped a bar of soap straight at him. It flew with terrifying speed, leaving the assassin no room to dodge. The needles flew wild as Wu Jin was hit. It was no normal soap. Instead, it was highly condensed mana, completely shattering the assassin's shoulder. He aimed to kill. A swarm of throwing needles flew directly toward Oscar. No expert from the prestigious White Tower could ever hope to dodge hundreds of poison tips. Poison did its job. Oscar collapsed onto the floor. He lay motionless, completely riddled with needles. Wu Jin grinned down at him. Clutching his dislocated shoulder, the assassin smiled. Real victory was finally his. Close combat was never his strongest suit, yet he won. Today, luck favored him. His target turned out to be incredibly green. To be safe, the assassin drew his dagger. Time to finish this. Bending low over Oscar's helpless body, he prepared to end his life. He brought the sharp edge close to his neck, then suddenly froze. No matter how hard he pushed, the blade refused to go lower. An invisible force blocked him, protecting the young master of magic. But here's the real shocker. A barrier of pressurized wind shielded Oscar. The hundreds of needles on his face were actually floating in midair. Before the killer could react, a gun barrel pressed directly against his forehead. This was no helpless amateur. Oscar smirked and calmly explained his defense. He had coated his entire body with an incredibly thick shield of compressed air. The armor effortlessly deflected the needles. Wu Jin stared, utterly frozen in shock. He had never seen magic like this, but Oscar was done playing. Without another word, he pulled the trigger and executed the assassin. Meanwhile, the massive stadium stands packed with fans eagerly awaiting the show. The lights dimmed as the dazzling superstar singer finally stepped onto the stage. Every single eye locked onto Marin Maria, who looked absolutely stunning tonight. She kicked off the event with her upbeat hit about a radiant smile. Deep in a backstage technical room, Dako waited, glancing at his watch. His brother was running unusually late. He assumed something had gone wrong. Then footsteps echoed outside. If they hurried, they could still finish this. But listening closely to the rhythm, he realized something felt slightly off. The pacing suggested his brother had mixed up the coordinates and walked past. Dako slid the door open, fully expecting to see his disguised sibling step inside. But the figure that spun around was none other than Oscar himself. In that split second, Dako knew his partner was never coming back. He was deeply shocked that this outsider had successfully copied those footsteps. Oscar replied that mastering gait imitation was simple survival against assassins. Dako immediately did the math. His brother was already out of the game. He calmly asked the stranger exactly how the older sibling had died. A swift bullet to the head. Honestly, that was a massive relief. At least Woojin felt no pain. We all face the end eventually. Still, losing a sibling is never an easy pill to swallow. Oscar pointed out how incredibly composed Dako remained after hearing the news. For a cold-blooded killer, keeping a straight face was merely basic protocol. This was supposed to be their very last contract before jumping ship. Suddenly, this simple gig transformed into an elite clash of titans. A deadly showdown between a legendary hitman and a master academy mage. Dako met the threat with a cold grin. He knew his enemy. The tower was far from the best, though everyone agreed it was starting to change. This year, Duo just kept laughing, realizing his opponent had absolutely no clue. He didn't understand what being the absolute best meant, and Duo was ready to show him. Setting the baseline, the assassin began to summon his deadly, toxic Kai. Only weaklings who couldn't control their energy relied on throwing basic needles. But when a true master does it, like Duo himself, they reach the absolute top. With that boast, the assassin hurled his poisonous weapon right at the mage. The assassin mockingly asked Oscar what would happen once the poison entered his system. But Oscar easily sidestepped, letting the venomous projectile sail harmlessly past him. Duo sneered, claiming he forgot to mention that his poison strikes with the slightest touch. Oscar calmly replied that he figured that out the moment he saw it. The assassin stared, utterly baffled by how relaxed this mage was acting. Was he immune? No. Oscar simply explained there was no need to fear poison. He had coated his entire body in a thick layer of mana, completely isolating himself. Duo smirked, pointing out that in that case, the mage wouldn't even be able to breathe. But Oscar was clever, generating fresh oxygen right inside his own lungs. Breathing was easy. Duo realized this guy was on another level. He was dealing with a master, an elite mage, and honestly, he loved it. It meant Woojin hadn't died in some pathetic, random accident. Keeping his focus on the assassin, Oscar carefully analyzed his next moves. Duo conjured 4 dense spheres of pure poison and hurled them with terrifying speed. No slow-moving mage could possibly dodge a barrage like this, but Oscar was ready. He waited for the perfect opening to charge straight through the venomous cloud. In one explosive dash, he closed the gap. Suddenly, they were eye to eye. Duo gasped in shock, completely stunned that the mage had avoided his quick strikes. The assassin realized this guy was no ordinary, low-ranking 4th-tier wizard. Oscar leveled his pistol right at his face and pulled the trigger. A sudden toxic mist erupted, miraculously catching the speeding bullet in midair. It completely dissolved the metal before it could pierce Duo's skull. You have to admit, melting a bullet with pure toxic Kai is absolutely insane. But before he could react, Duo lunged forward and grabbed his collar. He yanked Oscar close, staring directly into the young mage's eyes. Duo growled that his useless brother must have died in this exact same way. Before Oscar could even utter a response, the hitman drove a vicious punch.